Hi, Greg. Sorry I'm late. I was busy. First, I went shopping and I put the food away. And I thought I'd take a few minutes to try and write on my story. And before I knew it, it was after 5. So you had even a few more minutes for the suspense to grow. I'm sorry. I got so involved in my story, I completely forgot what I was doing and what I was supposed to be doing. Hi, I'm back. uh, Today is not a day to go to the supermarket. I know you're living in the other side of the world, but over here it's Super Bowl weekend. And there's a snowstorm coming tonight. So the stores were totally and utterly packed, and we spent like 2 hours there just to get groceries. I mean, I filled my cart almost, but still, 2 hours. It took me forever in the deli department because everybody was buying all that stuff up for their parties today. The Super Bowl is a big thing here in the USA. You have big parties and stuff. So I'm exhausted from that. That really took a lot out of me. So I sat down and I said, oh, I've got 15 minutes. Let me start writing on my story. And I looked up and I'm like, oh my goodness, it's 5 minutes past. I'm late. I'm late. So sorry about that. Oh my goodness. I'm exhausted. That kind of a thing takes a lot out of me physically. And I have trouble breathing on top of everything. So it's really, going shopping is difficult. Now the aide, shopping is part of her job. Excuse me. But I never made the old aide do it for me because I usually take my neighbor with me. He doesn't drive. And I have a car. And I do drive. So I only asked her last week to pick me up a couple things to save me a trip going out because I just needed a few things and I really didn't feel like going through all that hassle for a couple items. So I didn't ask her to do the shopping. So I don't know what's going to happen. I still don't know what's going on between the aid situation. We'll find out Monday, hopefully, if she comes back or if she finally answers her phone and tells them she's quitting. I don't know what she's doing. Snowstorm in your neck of the woods. Everything is quiet here. Slightly cold. That's all. We have a major storm warning tonight and then another one for Tuesday. And Monday, I'm supposed to go get injections in my knees. I won't be able to get my car out if it does what happened last time because they plow the driveway. And, of course, they plow all the cars into their spots. I can't physically, even if I had a shovel, I can't physically shovel snow out from in front of my car, only to come back and find somebody took that spot, because that's what happens in places like this. You pull out of your spot, clean it out, and somebody else pulls into it, so they don't have to clean one out. And it just sucks, but it's just the way it is. So I had to cancel a doctor appointment because I couldn't get out last week, and now here we go. Supposed to get the injections started on my knees. And depending, I mean, they may be totally wrong. It's not the first time they've been wrong. Maybe we'll just get rain. One can wish. I don't know if they changed the weatherman's. Let's see what it's saying here. Well, they don't have it starting as early. Now they got early morning possibility of 50%, 5 o'clock 60%, 6 o'clock 80%, 7 o'clock 100% snow. Oh no, it's rain all the way up to 6 a.m. Then at 7 a.m. is supposed to turn to snow, 100%, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. I can't go past 11. It's 100% at 11 tomorrow morning. So that's Sunday. I can't see the whole thing, so I'm not really sure what they're predicting for the whole day, but I may not be getting out to go to my injection. Hi, Laura. Working on story edits. Yeah, I was just explaining to Greg why I was late. I was 5 minutes late because I went to the store, and well, you're from the States. You have an idea. This is Super Bowl Sunday, and the entire place, besides the fact that we got a snowstorm coming, was so packed you could barely move. We spent hours at the stupid store. I got back and got the stuff in the refrigerator. I was sore and tired, and I had a few minutes. I thought, let me work on my story, and I got so involved in it, I forgot what I was doing. I looked up, it was 5 minutes after. I said, oh, man. And Greg had already been here. But I made it. And you guys made it. It's so nice. Now, I know, Laura, since you are from the States, do you follow the Super Bowl? I personally don't give a darn one way or the other. So to me, it's no big deal. But I know for like my daughter, they always have a big party. I don't know what they're doing this year with the son, my son-in-law's father just dying, and the weather and the COVID. I don't know what they're going to end up doing. Oh, you're not a sports person either. Yeah, no, I'm not a sports. I love baseball. It's the only thing I care about. I don't care about the rest of it. You're a Halloween person. I know a lot of Halloween persons. I'm not a Halloween person either. I don't really care for that kind of stuff. I'm really not interested. Greg says, you say town was busy, no pandemic in America. Oh, yes, we have a pandemic. But Americans think that they're, special and they're magical and they can't get sick, even though people are dying left and right. They don't care. They have parties. We're not supposed to have parties. That was one of the laws that was put into effect. No large groups in housing, for parties. And people flaunt it and have big parties. Like my old aide. I don't know if she's still my aide or not. But she always said to me, nobody can tell me how many people I can have in my house. I said, do you realize what your risk you're putting yourself at? Well, they're my friends and family. I can have them over if I want. I'm like, and then she's going to come visit me. I said, you better not bring me the virus. I'll have a fit. Do people wear masks? That's a good question. We are forced to wear them in the stores. That's a given. Forced to wear them in the doctor's office. That's another given. Here, where I live, and we live in close quarters, we were told we were expected to wear masks at all times when we were outside our apartment. No gathering together, no groups of people. Well, they didn't want to worry about following the laws, enforcing the laws, the whole bit. So in the beginning, people, said, oh, I'm not wearing a mask. I don't have to wear a mask. So it took a while, but they're now wearing them here. I haven't run into too many people without them. We are, for the most part, seeing people wear them much more than they used to. So I think it's finally getting through their thick skulls. But yeah, it's a big thing to get people to wear masks. I mean, they really make it difficult. I mean, I hate it because I have asthma and it really makes me have problems breathing. But I still wear my mask, even though it makes it hard for me to breathe. Oh yeah, they're not going to give up their Super Bowl party. Are you kidding me? That's something big. I mean, I think there's a lot more people gave up Christmas than would give up the Super Bowl party. Crazy, man. Crazy. So, Laura, are you editing the story you were working on yesterday, or have you started a new one? One of these days, I got to take the time and start pulling all these story prompt pieces off of the blog and put them in a document. And then I have to figure out how to connect it to my other. I'm getting an idea of how to connect it. So it'll follow story number one. Got an idea. Yep, it's the viperfish octopus one. Got some great notes I'm incorporating right now. That's good. Glad to hear it. I got a couple people getting back to me saying, sorry, I've been busy. I haven't been able to read your story yet. So I'm still waiting. It's a good thing I'm not on a deadline. This is taking people forever to get to read them. I've had to ask several people, do you plan on doing this or not? Let me know. Because I'm trying to wait till I get them in. Because I don't want to start making changes to somebody else suggest something that may be better. Or maybe, they just, other people don't think it's something that needs changing. I'd rather have them all in first. Oh, heavens. I have to take water pills. And they put me back on them the other day. And they made it every other day because I got dehydrated again. And I was getting fluid and my legs were swollen something fierce. And it's part of the reason I can't breathe. So, of course, taking a water pill, you know what that does. So I'm thinking I'm going to be making a mad dash any minute here. So maybe we should start a sprint so I can go with some dignity and not you guys just hanging here. So how about we start our first sprint, if that's okay with everybody. Okay, I assume 30 is okay. That's what we usually do. Nobody new here. So we're going to start a 30-minute sprint in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And I will be back. Oh, hi, BH. Oh, clean your bedroom. Good job. That's what I need to do. I will be back. I have to make a mad dash. I took a water pill. If you have any idea what a water pill does, well, I gotta go. So I'll be back. Hey, Melanie. How you doing? Mm. No, it did mean. Thank you. There it is. Thank you. Yeah. Alrighty. So I got a lot of writing in. I finished a couple stories on my blog post. My long one's really coming along. I'm gonna have to start putting that into a document and working on it. I mean, it's definitely gonna need an outline because it's the way it's pieced. It's in pieces. I have to add things in certain places, you know, and figure out where to start because I don't know if where I started this thing is actually the actual starting point of the story. So I have some work to do there, but I worked on that. How'd everyone else do? Let's see. So Melanie and BH had both arrived as I was making a mad dash. I took a water pill. Yay! So much fun. All right, Melanie says, that scared me. Haha, I'm doing all right. Just getting over a virus and grateful for the energy. How did your appointment go last Monday? I gather you're asking me. I had the colonoscopy on Monday. It went perfectly, even though we had a snowstorm. It was nice enough to rain and clear off the road so we could drive to the hospital. And I came back with all good results. There's no sign of cancer. There's no sign of whatever polyps or whatever else they talk about. The pathology readings were fine. And I don't have either Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis. So it was just an infection. It is finally, thank God, healing. And I am able to have regular lactose now, which is good. Hi, BA. Nice to see you. So everything just jumped on me. Holy cow. All right, here we go. Jumped on me. Melanie says, I'm going to do the dishes while the sprint wraps up. Okay, cool. BA says, what was I thinking? I should have left everything crammed in the closet from last time. My room looks horrible. Yeah, that's usually what happens. BA says it's a process. We should have started sooner or something. Somewhere else or in a smaller area so it doesn't make as big a difference at first, but it doesn't make as big a mess either. Melanie said, at least just start it in the first place, BH. That's what counts. Yeah, I need to get started. So yeah, I agree with what she says there. She's got a point. At least you started it. BA says, hey, you all. Okay. Hi, BA. Hi, Melanie. Greg says, didn't write anything yet. Still getting into the zone. Well, that's okay. Sometimes it happens and sometimes it doesn't. I was late getting here because I was in the zone. And I was like totally wrapped up in my story. And I'm like, oh my gosh, what time is it? So I was 5 minutes late. I mean, that's not a big deal, but still. I try to be on time for these things. And I was wrapped up in the zone. So if it's taking a little bit longer, don't worry about it. It'll come. Melanie says, yeah, I heard about that storm. I was worried about you getting to and from. So glad everything turned out well. Yeah, it snowed quite a bit. Then it turned to rain. So when we were driving, it was rain. The roads were mostly main roads. We only had a couple small ones to get to the highway. And the hospital was on a pretty bit. Well, we didn't go to a highway. You can't call it a highway. The main road through town. I mean, I live in a little town. So, you know, it's like the main road through town. There is a bigger highway. We didn't go that way. The hospital is on the main road from my town to the next 4 or 5 towns over where the hospital was. And it was pretty clear. The rain helped clear the roads off. They weren't really slippery. The snow started on the way home and snowed all day and part of the next day. So it really worked out really well for us. You know, it didn't hold up anything. Most of the people showed up for work, so it didn't put things off that way. A lot of people called out, but the people that were needed for my particular, you know, reason for being there obviously showed up. So everything went as it should. I met my doctor for the first time because I usually saw the associate, and I did not like the associate. I was going to look for a new office because I couldn't stand him. And when I met her, she was so sweet, nice, and kind, and compassionate. And I said, "No, that's a doctor. What I had before was a pompous ass." So I asked her, I said, "When I come in for my follow-up, can I please see you instead of him? I'm sorry, but I can't deal with him." She said, "Just tell them you want me." So I told them I already spoke to her. She says I can switch. And they made the appointment, my follow-up with her. So I'm happy. And she was a nice person. I was afraid she was going to turn out to be just as much a jerk as he was. Oh my. Can't stand him. I really was going to look for a different doctor because I said, if I have to keep going to a gastroenterologist, I'm not dealing with him. He's a real jerk. Melanie says hi to Greg. Melanie says, "Yay, Tessa, I'm so happy for you. Thank you so much." The worst part was the prep, as I had been told, and I thought I was going to be very sick. I didn't know if I was going to be able to keep it in my stomach. And I'm like, please don't throw this stuff up because I don't know what happens if it doesn't go down. If I throw it all up, it's not going to work. And, praying all the time that this stuff was going to stay in my stomach. And it did. It was just awful. Melanie says, "I'll probably call my mom at the start of the next sprint, and then I need to jump into beta reading. I'm going to catch up on Angel's Code for you, Tessa." Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm waiting. I got a couple of people, feelers out, asking if they're still doing it or not, because I haven't heard anything. I knew you had already told me you had a schedule and whatnot, but a couple of people just never said a word, so had to send a couple emails out. So far, one hasn't responded. The other person said, "Yeah, but I'm still not so sure that one's going to happen. I'm not going to hold my breath waiting on it." She asked to do it, and she's kind of young, and I, said, "Fine." I mean, she can write. I've seen what she's written. She writes a lot of her stuff in the thing, and she seems to know pretty much what she's doing. So I said, "No problem. You can read it." However, she has taken quite a while and hasn't even responded to me. So I finally asked her flat out, "Are you going to or not?" And she said, yeah, I plan to. And she said, "I plan to come back to your sprint and live streams too." I said, "Yeah, you've been saying that for a while now too." And she was the first person I ever had here. She was my first person. And then all of a sudden, when I got sick, she found somebody else, and I never saw her again. I see her all the time, and but everybody else's live streams. So, and Molly says, "And make dinner too." Yeah, I just came from the grocery store, from the deli department, so I have plenty of food that's prepared. I just have to heat up. So, some of it's cold, some of it's hot, whatever. I have that to keep me occupied. Thankfully, I don't have to do cooking. And Greg says hi to Melanie. So that catches up all of the current messages. And I don't know if you were here, Melanie, but I've been writing a long serial prompt for, she does daily prompts, 3 words a day. Don't have any relation to each other, like hard to put together a story using these 3 crazy words, right? So every day, I don't know why it's falling into place. They're the craziest words ever, but fitting into my story. So I'm at part 27 now, and as I'm writing this thing, and on Fridays, she takes all the 21 words from the week, 3 each day, and puts them together, and we write a story based on the 21 words that you already used throughout the week. So they're included in the 27 parts. And it's just fallen into place. So I was gonna, first I was thinking maybe young adult romance. And I'm really not a young adult romance type person. And then I thought, wait a minute. I mean, I don't know how yet, but I think this is gonna be part 2 on my murder mystery series. I just have to figure out who's gonna get murdered and by whom and how. That part I haven't come to yet. But soon I have to take all the pieces that are posted on my blog and put them in a document so I can start manipulating them. Plus, I need to do an outline, which I didn't really want to do, but the way this is written, some days it takes several days worth of prompts to get through a day, and then it might jump several months. So it has to be filled in spots. So I need to write exactly what I do have and figure out how to, fill it in. And I'm not sure about where to start, because I don't know if the thing that I started the story with is really a way to start a story. I may need something else, but it will work. And I'm so excited about that, to add that to part 2, because the original part 2 I started, I just couldn't get anywhere. It just wasn't working. I'm like, this is not working. But this is working, and I'm excited. So, yeah, that's why I wanted to set a date up with you, because I had other projects to work on as well. I haven't been to a lot of live streams lately because I went back to work on 119, and it's been draining. Yeah, Laura went back to work too. She's the same thing, trying hard to adjust to being back at work. She's having it rough, aren't you, Laura? At least I think she's still here. And no, I don't know what she was working on another short story, editing. And yes, I already knew that you and I had been in contact, but I had a couple other people I hadn't heard from. So I reached out to try to get, actually it was 3 people. One I spoke to, they've been busy, but they're getting ready to start it. The other one says, yeah, sure, I'm going to do it. And the other one I haven't heard from at all. So, and then my best friend, I don't know what she's doing. She started working on it, so I have to go back in and see if she's done anything else besides the first paragraph. She's already complaining about the first paragraph. I don't see the problem with the first paragraph, but she just doesn't like the first paragraph. But she's a school teacher, ex-school teacher. She's retired. But, she knows a lot about this, grammar and stuff like that. So I figure and she's a mystery reader, because we used to share books all the time, her and I, mystery, murder, thrillers, those kind of stories. We always shared. And until this pandemic, we saw each other every week and we switched books and, we shared them all. Now I can't do that. I don't get any books. Can't even get them downstairs because they locked up our community room. We have a whole room full of books down there. There's like 4 huge bookshelves full of books, and can't even get to the books. They won't even let us have the books. So, but I've been getting a lot of free stuff on my Kindle. So I'm not reading as much, so it's not like I need a ton of books. But I got to get back into reading the mystery murderers and whatnot, because I need it, for knowing what you're doing. You kind of, when you stop reading it, you get out of practice. That's kind of what's happening. I'm not reading much, and I'm kind of out of practice. I used to read them by the tons. I used to read at least 1, if not 2 books every day. Because I wasn't working. I had all the time in the world, and I'm a fast reader. So, I was tearing through the books. I couldn't keep up with it. I had people giving me boxes of books all the time. And, and she was giving me books too. So it's like a ton of books. And then all of a sudden, pandemic hits and can't go to the library, and you can't, it's just such a mess. So, but I stopped kind of reading. I don't read as much anymore. And I've been reading some of the people's stories on here. A couple of them. I mean, I'm not really a lot into fantasy and stuff, so a lot of people write fantasy. I'm doing my best. I'm trying. Anyhow. I mean, I even beta read a fantasy story, and I didn't know how it was going to work because I'm not big on fantasy, but I offered to do it anyhow. And she gave me a list of questions, which made it easier on me, which is why I made sure to put questions in there. As they said, the questions make it easier. And I was able to read the book, look at her questions, and give her, answers that made sense. So thankfully it worked out. I was a little concerned though, because I'm not really fantasy type material. But I did it. I've done some for Laura in her horror writing. They're enjoyable. I enjoy her horror writing. I love to watch it. I just can't seem to write it. Maybe I spoke too soon. My stomach don't feel too good right now. I went back to regular lactose because I seem to be tolerating it better and better. Maybe I shouldn't have. Maybe still too early. And maybe going back to the store and giving my neighbor the milk I bought and getting lactose free again. I'm not feeling too good right now. I will survive though. So, how about we make another sprint since it's been a little while and I can get back to my story. I'm loving it. I'm having a grand time. I'm not doing a lot of what I should be doing, but I'm having a grand time with that. It's just one of the things on my blog, and blog's part of me, so doesn't matter what I'm writing. That's what matters. So I'm going to go ahead and set up the timer again for 30 minutes. And we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Hi, Julie. Hi, Jen. Great to see you. I was muted. Now I'm back, so I'm going to mute again. I'm busy writing. Carry on. You guys are funny. I got 17 minutes left to do something, so I'm going to do it. I'll be back. Okie dokie. Got another story. Oh, same series. Moving right on. What'd you guys do? Let's see, where are we? BH says she has to go. She is injured from moving furniture yesterday. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, BH. Hope she feels better soon. Let's see, Jen came. Joel came. I said hi to you both. Trying to keep all these people saying hi back and forth. Jen asks how you're adjusting to work to Melanie. Jen asks how Jolie is. Jolie says she's great. Jen, how are you today? Jen says, I'm good. How did that happen? Jolie says, Jen, that's how I feel most days. They both said hi to me. Melanie says, carry on my wayward son. And then she says, be right back. Okay. Jen said, I got 392 in the last 10 minutes. Well, that's pretty good because if you multiplied that by 3 for 30 minutes, you'd have over 1,000 words. Jolie says to me, how did I do? Okay, I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. How did I do what? Greg did 306 words of sprint, 34,901 for my whole novel. I expect to get past the 35K mark in a sprint or two. Sounds reasonable. Good job. Greg says hi to Jen and Jolie. And Jolie says, in your sprint, how many words did you get, Tessa? Actually, I don't usually count words unless I'm in a sprint. I'm working on my novel or something, doing blog posts. I'm writing a story for my blog post, but it's impossible to count the words because it's not in Word. I'm writing it right in the post, and if I take the count, it's all the words in the post. So it doesn't give me a natural count of what I'm writing, and I'm not going back and forth from Word Perfect. Boy, that's an old program. From Word and back to my, back and forth between the blog and the Word, trying to get word counts. So I probably, at a rough estimate, hit a few hundred words. Just a rough estimate. I'm on part 27. I just finished part 27. And I do prompts on my blog, and this one lends itself to every day I take the 3 words that are posted, and they're not words that go together, and I come up with this great story that's forming. I'm really amazed. And I also have some that are longer because on Friday she takes all the words for the week, the 21 words, and we write another story. So I'm putting all these into a serial, which is going to be the second book in my series eventually. So as far as exact words, unfortunately, I can't give you that count because I'm not hand counting them. I'm not super worried about my word count. The only time I worry about it is word Is during NaNoWriMo where it makes a difference. Otherwise, I don't worry about my word count for stuff like this. If I'm in a stream and I'm writing my novel, then I'll count the amount of words I wrote. But when I'm just doing blog posts, I usually don't get into that. Jen says, hey, Greg. Melanie said, I've got dinner, chicken Alfredo, and I'm also up to chapter 30 in Murder in Angel's Cove. I'm not exactly sure which one part of that is 30, because I'm not even sure how many total chapters I have in there, come to think of it. I think there's 60 something. You're probably about halfway. Maybe? I'm not sure. 30 chapters. How many chapters are in this time? Looking at my table of contents. 30 on Thursday night. Chapter 30 is 5 a.m. Friday morning. All right. Okay, we got some more drama coming here. As far as chapters, I have a total of 61 chapters. All even, so you can't say you're exactly in the middle of the book. But where you're at is about, it's almost time for some more drama. Although no murders yet. They haven't happened yet. Jolie said, well, that sounds really cool. I think so. I'm happy with it. And it's turning into a great story. We just have to figure out how to work it into the first book so that they're connected. And then we have to come up with someone to murder, someone to be the murderer, and a reason for the murder, and how it's, done. Other than that, I'm writing this fantastically long story. Not exactly sure how it's going to work in the scheme of things, but that's what I'm doing anyhow. Melanie says, oh yes, I'm curious if the girls are going to gang up on Scott or if he's going to try to shut Mallory up. I'm not telling. You'll have to wait until you get there. Jen says, the life of a writer. Jolie said, did Tessa write Murder in Angel's Cove? Yes, Tessa did. And Melanie's one of my beta readers. I should say the girls and Thomas. Wow. And I know I don't want any spoilers. You don't want any spoilers. You definitely do. Now, if you say there's somebody you hate, I know who you mean, because I've heard everybody who's read it so far says, I really hate. And I said, yeah, you're supposed to hate that person. That's the whole idea. But no spoilers. Not saying a word. Melanie says to Jolie, yep, I'm beta reading for her. It's book number 1 in my mystery thriller, suspense, whatever genre you call it. Melanie says, oh my God, I so hate him. I've told you before, I want to slap him on Sarah's behalf. Yep, that's what everybody tells me. And he's half a real person. He's based on someone I know. Yeah. Jen says, I think I hate the same person just from the beginning part that I read. Yeah. You mentioned it. I told you, yep, you're supposed to. Oh, I didn't even realize that is a little messed up. It's weird how your mind can fill in something. That's why we miss so many things in our writing, because our mind automatically puts the right stuff in there. Doesn't skip right over it. Yeah, you're supposed to hate them though. And I said, like, I've never wanted to physically hurt a fictional character as much as I want to hurt this arse. And I'm not a physical fighter by any means. Yeah. Julie says, wow, Melanie, that's bad. Yeah, he is not a nice person. I mean, not all bad. Completely. But he does have his moments. Melanie says, ha, yeah, to Joey. It is. He's not even a character I love to hate. I just hate him. When somebody says to me, when they start reading it, I hate, they don't have to go any further. I know exactly who they're talking about. Jen says that is a big compliment to the book. Jolie says, I can't wait to read it. Well, that's the problem. Jolie wants to know when we can buy it. I am not actually able to publish the book for financial reasons. And it's because I would lose my state benefits if I go over a certain amount, so I can't risk it. So it will be on my blog for people to read. And then, I thought about that, Melanie. I will be putting it on my blog, and I'm thinking about maybe trying to read it out loud here on either on video or on a live stream, reading it aloud. So, but I can't actually publish it to, for people to buy. I'm writing because I enjoy it. And maybe sometime in life I'll be able to actually publish it. But for now, it's not going to be actually for sale. But you'll be able to read it. Melanie wants to know if Laura Woods is named after our Laura. I didn't think about it at the time I named her that. The name just kind of popped in my head, and I hadn't really thought about it. And I thought, that's one of the few names I think I used someone that is in our little group of people. It wasn't on purpose. I didn't plan on doing it that way. It just happened to end up that way. Jen says, I have a book you can buy to Jolie if you like emotional romance. Post the link, Jen. I gave you the wrench, didn't I? Post the link. Somebody may be interested. Joey says to Jen, I love all books. What's the name of it, if I can ask? She can post you the link, and you can go and look at it yourself. Jen says, I'm terrible, aren't I? No, it's not terrible. You're supposed to promote your work. I have no problem with it. I give you a wrench so you can do it. Go ahead and post the link. She can go and look and see if she wants to buy it. Or get it free or whatever. Trying to remember if that was on Audible or not. Julie says, you're not terrible to Jen. And writers have to stick together. Exactly. Melanie says, it's shameless self-promo Saturday, according to Twitter. Jen says, let me grab the link. I have a wrench. Yes, I gave her a wrench, so she has access to post the link. So give her a chance, and she'll get the link and put it in the chat, and you'll be able to go check it out. Melanie says to Jolie, 100%. I bought quite a few books from the people that appear on here. Haven't had a chance to read them all yet, but I have been buying them or getting them on. I belong to Kindle Audible. I belong to Kindle Unlimited, and so I've gotten quite a few. So Jen posted the link. So you should be able to click on that. Without that wrench, and people can't just post. Like you guys couldn't post the link without the wrench. It has to be done with somebody with a wrench. And let's see. Oh, wait a minute. It jumped on me. Hold on. Back up here. Greg says to Jolie, you love all books? I find this hard to believe. So you like romance, sci-fi, fantasy, horror, thrillers, fiction, nonfiction, vulgarized science, etc. Holy wow. And talk about listening genres. Jolie says they do to Greg. I read a lot and read everything that sounds like it would be good. Well, look who's here. Hey guys, how long are you streaming? I'll be here for a while, Amy. We just started at 5. So we'll be doing it for a few more hours at least. Nice to see you. Again. Jen says hi to Amy. Amy says hi. Jen, how are you? Jen, good. Melanie says, Amy, long time no see. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I see her on other streams now. I said to her, I said, when are you coming back? She was the first person I ever had at one of my streams. She's my very first person. Then when I went to hospital, she kind of disappeared and I didn't see her anymore. I'm like, where are you? I don't see you anymore. Amy says to Melanie, I missed you. I'm well, and how are you? Amy said to me, I missed you, so glad to be back. Yeah, I missed you too. You and Brandon used to get things riled up in here and moving and a lot of fun. I haven't seen Brandon. I saw Brandon briefly the other night. Obviously, he hasn't been around much because everybody's like, Brandon. So, Okay. Here's Kate. Hi, Kate. Melanie said she just purchased Unsettled. Way to go. Melanie says hi to Kate. Jen says hey to Kate. Amy Lee says to Melanie, those breaks are always so refreshing. Melanie says to Amy also, I missed you too. Kate says, hi at Melanie, how are you? Jen says, oh my goodness, at Melanie Doe, thank you. In case you're wondering, Kate, since you just arrived, and Amy maybe too, Jen posted the link to her book above in the chat if you want to check it out. Melanie says, Kate, I'm great, enjoying dinner. How are you? Melanie says to Jen, I can't always purchase Authortubers books, but when I can, I do. That's cool. Very nice. I've got it. I haven't started reading it yet, but I've got it too. I mean, it would have been free on Kindle Unlimited, but I didn't have any credits left on that. You could only get 10 at a time. And I didn't want to give up any of the books I had, so I ended up paying it gave me a discount, but I ended up paying for it. So I asked somebody, I said, do you guys get something for when they're posted on Kindle Unlimited? Because I know they're going for free. And okay, let's see. Oops. It jumped on me. Kate says to Melanie, good, coming off a day of laundry and house stuff. Dinner sounds like a good idea, though. Yeah. Amy says, has anyone here read Throne of Glass by Sarah J. Maas? I don't believe I have. Can't speak for everybody else. Melanie says to Amy, I haven't, but I want to try it. Jen says, I totally understand. I keep the Kindle version on the cheaper side. Kate says to Amy, it's on my list, but I haven't gotten to it just yet. Melanie says to Jen, I have Kindle Unlimited, so it's free on there, but I wanted to make you sure you got properly paid. Well, that was nice of you. I paid part of it because I'd have to give up one of the other books for my Kindle. You get 10. On Kindle Unlimited, you can have 10 at a time. So rather than I didn't really want a paper because I don't have room here to really store all that. I just paid a partial Kindle price. Gave me a credit, so it was only partial. He said, oh, thank you for telling me. No problem. Amy says to Melanie, it has such a fun writing style. Highly recommend so far. Jen, I think I still do, though. Do through Kindle Unlimited. I'm pretty sure yours was Kindle Unlimited, but since I didn't want to give up I didn't have a credit left, I went ahead and told it said I could buy it at a reduced price on Kindle. So I bought it for the Kindle reduced price. I still paid part of it. No, you still get something out of it. I don't know how all that works. Jen says per page or something. Yeah, I heard somebody say something like that. Melanie says, oh, that's cool. Because I asked somebody, I says, these ones that say Kindle Unlimited and they're free, do you guys get anything for them? Because I asked somebody else. Because I was doing this, offered the same thing. And I'm like, do you guys get anything for these books? And they said, yeah, they do get something out of them. It's not, really It's not like they're giving up totally for free. They do get something. Melanie says to Kate, that reminds me, I've got to do laundry tomorrow. I need my aide change my bed. She just did my laundry. Depending on what aide I have on Monday, I have no clue at this point. Melanie says to Amy, that's the first book in the series, right? Kate, Jen, you just got your book. So excited to read it. See, Jen, you're doing great. No problem. What is the book you're talking about? Like, Jen wants to know. Jen says, oh my God, I'm embarrassed. Don't be embarrassed. Nobody's twisting anybody's arm. We all like to support each other. And there's nothing wrong with putting your link out there. You should be working at that anyhow. You should have a website and post things and do a blog. You've been doing all that stuff, girl. How do you expect people to know about it if you don't let them know you have it out there? Jolie says, I got it downloaded onto my Kindle at Jen Mooney. Thanks for the link. There you go. There's another one. You're doing great. See, sometimes it pays to have friends. I wouldn't try doing something like that on some of these bigger sites, but our little group, most of us wouldn't mind someone doing that. But I wouldn't try doing it like on Kate Kavanaugh's or, Brooke Passmore's or, Courtney's. I forget what her site's called, Courtney. Like some of the big guys, I wouldn't try trying to promote your book in this thing. They probably have a fit. But those of us that are in this little group don't have a problem with that. So don't worry about it. You're fine. Did that jump again? Amy says, today I'm editing a piece of writing I've been working on. That's good. Editing's important. Definitely. Jen says, all of you talented writers are going to be reading my garbage. Oh, Jen, don't be silly. Amy says to Melanie, yes, it follows the Lady Assassin, and she is so badass. Melanie says, I actually had a $5 Amazon gift card that I won in another Authortubers giveaway. So it's awesome being able to put that towards another writer's work. There you go. That's a good idea. Kate says to Melanie, my condolences. I hadn't done laundry in weeks, so I couldn't avoid it anymore. Melanie says, oh, I'm so excited, you guys. I received a quote from one of my artist friends today, and she's going to design the cover for my debut novel. Oh, that's cool. That's exciting. Definitely exciting. I mean, I made one on Canva just for the heck of having something to be able to put on my blog when I post it. It has a little cover. Maybe I'll make one to go with the one that's already on my blog. It's my memoirs, which aren't fully on there yet. Got about 6 chapters up out of about 9 or 10 left to go. Maybe I'll make a cover for that too. That's my experience with covers. But they're, the first cover, you want it to be special. So it'd be good to have somebody who's good do your design. And somebody you can trust. And it really helps too. Cases. Amy Lee, oh my God, you had me at Lady Assassin. Melanie says, and Kate, yeah, that's why I have to do it tomorrow. Jen said, I did have all of that for a hot minute, but I'm bad at keeping it up. Well, it's the only way to do it. I can't promise you a big, huge group of people. Every now and then we get somebody new in here, but you can post your link every time you come. I don't care. But if there's, we don't get a lot of new people. So, and most of these people know who you are. Most of them, they're not brand new. So, we're just friends. You're not imposing or anything like that. No problem there. Oh, wrong. All right. Jen said it would get lost there. You guys are busy writing up a storm. Amy says to Kate, and some creepy undertones of mystery, perhaps? Melanie, I enjoy the smaller live streams as of late. If there's more than 30 people in the chat, it gets overwhelming and difficult to focus. Exactly. Melanie says to Amy, happy editing. Jen says, I agree, Melanie. I just can't do it. I used to do it, but I stay away from them now. Besides, I do my own. So if I need somebody, I usually go looking for somebody, smaller. I usually don't like the great big ones either, because you're just one in the number of people. You're not really, nobody even knows who you are. You're just another name in the crowd. Melanie says to Jen, shush it, you, that garbage mouth. Garbage nonsense. Amy says that. Melanie, thank you. Kate says, oh my God, congrats on the cover, Melanie. Amy Lee says to me, have you ever published a book online or in a hardback? Okay, here's the thing. I've never published a book in a hardback or a Kindle or a paperback, but I published on my blog. I have my memoirs. Memoirs are published on my blog, and I wrote articles, nonfiction articles for a bipolar website. So I was published there, and I published on my own blog. So it's online. I got somebody right now who's reading my memoir. She's leaving me comments. So she's really interested. So every now and then somebody will read it. I don't put a big thing up there. Every now and then I may mention it to let new people know that I have the book up there. It's there's a link on my website that's running across the bottom. I think it's a book, and it should have the link to go to the memoir I wrote. This one will eventually go up there too. It takes a lot of time though, with all the links and everything that you have to do to set it up. But I haven't actually published a book. Jen says, I follow a few cover artists on Facebook. They're wonderful. Melanie says to Kate, thank you. Jen says, I think that book sounds good. Jen says, I am bad at websites, to be honest. Well, supposedly, though I've seen some pretty funky websites from Wix. Wix is supposed to be great, but I've seen some pretty weird ones, I think, but I can't say anything. I do blogging. I used to have a website. Now I just do a blog, and that's my writer's platform, basically. Because people can sell off the web. You can sell off the blogs too. You don't have to have an actual website. Let's see. Melanie got a second serving of food. I'll probably regret it, but it's so good. Melanie says to Jen, I use Wix. It's pretty simple. A lot of people on here do use Wix. Some of them, a little weird. So it really depends on how well you can maneuver in it, I guess. I've seen some pretty weird ones from Wix. Jen says, I prefer free as well. You can get yourself a free blog on WordPress, and if you don't want it to look like it's free, you can purchase, I think it's $26 for a year. You can get a domain name for it. And it looks like, you can't tell by looking at it that it's just a free WordPress blog. Jen says, I just don't have a lot of cash for something fancy. Yeah, I think Wix is kind of expensive myself. Amy says, what do you all think of the name Corin? Is it too hard to pronounce? Does it fit a girl character? Well, I say Corin. I don't know if that's what you're going for. So I may be already pronouncing it wrong. I mean, I've heard of Corinne. This is not Corinne. I don't know if it fits. I don't know if it fits a girl character or not. Corinne, yes. But this isn't Corinne. So I'm not really sure about that one. Melanie says, girl, same. Jen loves it, Amy. Amy, thanks, Jen. See, that's Melanie's kind of going the same route I am. To make it girlish, I think it needs to be spelled more like that. I definitely agree. Melanie said, reminds me of Corinne from the Threadbanger YouTube channel. Jen says, I was just talking about that, Melanie. Melanie says, I love them. Rob is such a hoot. They've had a rough couple of years, though. Amy said, Tessa said it correctly the first time. It's probably not that hard to pronounce. It looks like corn, but I can't see it as a girl's name. I can't. Not that way. Just my opinion. Melanie says to Amy, I was thinking it was pronounced the way Tessa said it for in. Jen said that's what it was. I forgot. Melanie says, my husband and I both cried when we watched the video with the announcement. Jen says, I do remember watching it very sad. He seemed to try to make light of it a little bit, but you could see the pain written all over her face. I'm not really sure about what you guys are talking about. Did you, jumped again. Melanie says, Corin does seem more masculine, reminds me of Corbin. Yeah, I don't see it as a female name either. Amy Lee, Google's baby name generator. Good idea. Good idea, Amy. Nope, got that part already. Greg says, I think Corin is fine, but it sounds like something could fit both boy or girl. To make it more feminine, try Cora, Coria, or Karina. Yeah. I just don't think it's that feminine way it is right now. But there are many versions of similar names. Henry said YouTubers. Oh, well, I don't know what happened to them, so it must have been bad. You're all talking about it, but I don't know what it was. Must have missed it somehow. Melanie says to Greg, I like Korea. That's different. Mm. Wasn't sure I was ever going to catch all those messages up. You guys were writing them crazy. Yeah, before you guys fill up this thing again, I can't keep up. I like Korea. That's different. Yeah. Melanie says, shall we hop into another sprint now that the gang's all here? Let's do it. I'm behind. All right, great. Let's do it. Mind the timer. 30 minutes. We'll start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. I like both those names. Well, to me, it's Cressida. Both of the spellings, I would say Cressida. That would be my guess. I've seen the first one, like Amy said. The one that Melanie said is different. I have not seen that one. Amy says that Melanie, that's pretty. Well, actually, you could call them Chris, Krys, Chris. And it would be very unusual and very cool, I think. Yep, Melanie and I are in the same way with them. That's exactly what I was thinking. I love it. I love it better than Cressida, none of them, or Cressida, or however you pronounce the first one. I do like the second one better, and shortening it to that Chris. That's pretty cool. It's not like it's a name a lot of people have. Nobody says I totally made that spelling up. Well, it's cool. It's a cool name. And I love the shortening of it, too. Okay, time to get back to writing. See you guys in a bit. Well, looks like I missed a lot again. Well, I'll start doing comments now while that thing's gotten. I shall starting something new now. It's not that much left. Amy says she sat on a throne looming with jagged bone, black and burned to a crisp. Oh, things are about to get hot in this story. Name Odell isn't that bad either, but the pronunciation might be different for each person. Amy says, or Odette to make it more commonly used. Yes, I've heard of Odette. BH is back. Hi, BH. Welcome back. Allie is here. Hi, Allie. Nice to see you. Allie says, wow, the chat just jumped. Yeah, it does that quite a bit, unfortunately. It's hard for me sometimes to catch it. Sometimes I miss things because it jumps and I don't catch them. Hi, back. Amy says, hey, guys, nice to see you. Ooh, a lot of messages here. Melanie says, hey, all, welcome back, BH. Allie says, my main character ends up in hell after living non-Christian life and then spends eternity trying to get kicked out to hell, only to find out hell doesn't exist. BH says, thank you to Melanie. Gotta watch that timer. It's going to go off. Allie says, main character ends up in heaven, not hell. Jolie says, sorry, but I have to run. Hubby just came home with supper. Maybe I'll try to get back here later, or otherwise. Have a great sprint session. Thanks, Tessa. Bye. Bye, Jolie. Thanks for stopping by. You might be here later. It's still pretty early. Melanie says to Jolie, it was nice meeting you and hanging out with you. Take care. Melanie says, I'm making coffee since I'm feeling better than I have in almost a week. I want to take advantage of it and stay up tonight. I just might finish my beta reading too, Tessa. Well, that's good. Good news. Hope you do. BH says, outlining my next few novels. Outlining is easier than drafting for me. Now I'm about to start outlining a story, but I'm really sure what to do. Oops, I forgot. I told myself to remember and I forgot anyhow. I have to start an outline for that other story and figure out how to fit it into the first story. BH is going again. Need to focus and help sis. All right. Melanie says, best of luck to BH. Outlining there's so much. She's laughing about that. Allie says hi. And Mooney says hi to Alexis. Melanie says, Tessa, I'm on chapter 39. 39. Let's see what happens now. 39. Let's see if I can figure it out from looking at it. Scott, 5:15 Friday. Okay. You're still not to the murder yet. You're almost there, though. Things start happening. Amy says, I'm done editing the necessary piece of writing. Moving on to thinking of where to go next. Allie says hi to Jen. Oh, goody. I'm caught again. Oh, I should have kept my mouth shut. Molly says, so a certain someone does have a change of heart, but I don't trust him yet. I'm not giving it away. You just gonna have to read it. But yes, he does. But yeah, you have to decide whether or not you're willing to trust him. Can't tell you what to do there. Kate got dinner in the first half and then 188 words in the last 12 minutes or so. It's not bad. Good job. I've been doing a lot less because I took a water pill. And anybody that's ever taken one knows that I spend every single doggone sprint, half of it's in the bathroom. And sometimes I'm like sitting here with my legs crossed, like, can we go sprint, please? Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go. Greg says, I got no words to sprint as I was doing research. Research is important. I once saw an article about magnifying crystals used by ancient Egyptians. I cannot find it anymore. You know, that's what I'm going through right now. I'm doing research for somebody. She's reading my memoir, and as I was writing it, it was about the United States Marine Corps. And I started writing things, and something told me to start looking things up. And I started looking things up and found out that almost everything imaginable that I was using in my story, because it was part of my life, is trademarked by the USMC, and you are not allowed to use it. And I had to totally change that around and make it totally generic. I mean, anybody who's in the USMC know what I'm talking about just by what I said, but I cannot say it in words. Now she's asking me, she's a writer, she wants to write about it. She said she's so glad I mentioned that to be a problem, and she was trying to research it, and could I help her find some of those places? Well, of course I can't find them now. I found plenty of them when I was doing it. But right this moment, no, can't find it. That's what I spent the last sprint trying to do, find articles too that, I read about that stuff. And I don't know how I went about finding it first time. Maybe I should just go back with the very, very first thing I looked up, and it branched out from there. Maybe that's what I ought to do. I know what the very first thing was I looked up. Yeah, that might be a good way of doing it. Amy says 385 words in total. Added and deleted a few, though. That's good. And if you're editing, you're always going to be adding and deleting, so it's hard to get an accurate total. Good job. So that's what I need to do. Oh, God. I had to do something with this mess. It's driving me crazy. Yeah. I'm trying to help somebody, a fellow writer. And I'm trying to find this info because it was very specific about not being able to use it. And she's trying to write about it. So I want her to have the information for her to make her own mind up on whether she wants to take a chance. I mean, they were pretty explicit about the fact that they could sue you for using it. So I decided to just completely change my thing to being a military wife and not a Marine. And I took all mention of Marine out of there. So they can't say anything. If you can recognize something, fine, you can recognize something, but it's not specifically in words. They can't give me a problem. So, oh, what did this thing do? Just jump on me again? Where were we? No, wait a minute. So I read that. Okay, yeah, I read that. Oh, there's only one here. What the heck is wrong with you? Greg says I kept bookmark for my novel, but I think I saw the article before I started my novel. Oh, I got you. Yeah, I'm having the same problem right now, trying to find something to help this girl out with her decision on whether she wants to write about the Marine Corps or not. It was very specific about using any messes, any mention of anything to do with it. Melanie says, I'll be back in a few. My bestie called. Okay. Have fun. What is the worst thing that could happen with someone who's very powerful magic-wise? Use their magic? That would certainly be pretty bad if you ask me. Never mind. Apparently, we're playing phone tag. Oh, don't you love it? Back and forth and back and forth. Yeah, Amy, definitely using their magic would be the most worst thing that could happen to somebody who's powerful that way. Amy's laughing at Melanie. Well, I have a place now to start, resuming my research for this girl. I'll go back to where I started and try to see if I can follow the trail that I followed to find out that I couldn't do that, couldn't write about it, because I had a whole different story planned, and that really ruined it when I found I couldn't use what I was going to use. So Melanie got her coffee. Amy says in one of the beginning scenes she needs to torture someone. So I think that's a check on that. Oh, that sounds intense, Amy. That's what Melanie thinks. Of course, now she's reading my story. It makes me realize that I really need to get the rest of that posted. Since she's busy reading it, it should be. I should put the rest of it up there. It's been up for quite a while, and I haven't finished it. Let's see. Nice, Amy. Jen says. Amy says intense but very entertaining. Oh boy. Really hot day today, and now we're supposed to have snow. I wonder if it is. It's supposed to be snowing by now. I wonder what it's doing. With my phone. Let's see what my phone says. Well, it's supposed to be snowing, but it doesn't look like it's doing it, according to my phone. I'm not looking out the window though. Oh, sure. I can get up. Oh, oh, oh. Oh. No, it's not snowing yet. But it's according to my phone it is. But looking out the window, no, it's not. Oh, wait a minute. I was looking at the wrong thing on my phone. No, not yet. 4 o'clock supposed to rain. 4, 5, and 6 rain. 7 the snow starts. Okay. And it's listed all the way to 3 o'clock. Hope it's not too bad. I don't want to get injections tomorrow, but I'm supposed to get injections in at least one of my knee. I don't know if they're doing them both or not, but I get injection, supposed to get an injection Monday at least one of my knees. Shan says I have my coffee too. Woohoo, coffee gives me life, Melanie says. Melanie says, by the way, I can be this hyper without coffee. Well, I'm hyper all the time, and I don't drink coffee at all. Jen says, I always pep up a bit from that, my B vitamins. Melanie says, okay, bestie called back. See you later. Amy says, we get injections at school, and when I don't want to, they said my mother signed a contract. And Amy's claiming betrayal. Guess I can't blame you, but I just got my COVID vaccine last week, Monday. Not even a week yet. First few days I had pain in my arm. It's fine now, no problems. Have to go back though and get another one. I'll get to do it all over again around the 22nd. And they say the second one's much worse. Yippee. Jen said, Mom's with Amy. Talking to a mom here, Amy. Talking to a couple of moms, I'm sure. I'm a mom. Jen's a mom. I don't know about everybody else in here. Okay, we got that one. All right, good. So, Amy says true. Yes, it is true, unfortunately. Until you get to a certain point, and then you are your own decision maker. But right now, unfortunately, Mom still wins. As Jen says, we mean well, we love our kiddos. Allie is a mommy. I'm sure she agrees. The rest of the mommies here. Amy is a poorly functional teen. Nice to meet you all. Allie says, Amy, how old are you? Jen says she's a poorly functional adult. Oh, boy. Got that right. Molly says I'm a poorly functional adult too. Welcome to the club. Yeah, I think we all are. Sometimes I wish I had people making decisions for me. I should watch what I wish for because my kids are waiting to put me in a nursing home. I gotta be careful or I'll end up there. But if one false step and I'll be in the nursing home and I'll never see any of my friends again. No computer, no nothing. Just sitting in bed looking at a stupid TV. That's what really, really sucks. Melanie says, only difference is our ages. Yeah, well, I've got grandchildren as old as... I've got grandchildren older than Amy. Let's put it that way. Allie says, then yes, Mommy says. Amy says to Allie, let's just say I'm younger than 18. Point taken. Amy says, I think I'm going to take a break to sprint and maybe just read. Sounds like a great idea to me. I have research to do so I can help this girl who's asked me to help her. You know, would like to do something else. Since she's reading my story and brought all this up, now I feel like I need to help her. So let's start another sprint, and we can do whatever you want to go. Read, you can write, research. I'm obviously doing research for a while at least. Let me set up our timer. 30 minutes. We'll start again in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. It disappeared on me. I couldn't push go. I smack in the middle of it. It disappeared. All right, let me go do some of this research and see if I can find her something. Boy, that went fast. I could not, for the life of me, find that information that I found before. I sent her what I found. But I could not find it. I even started with what I first looked up. I can't imagine why information's not there. All right, let's see. Right. Then we did this, this, this. I don't remember saying this. Okay, Emily says sprint. Holly says my main character died after eating a blackberry muffin. Allergic. Now she's in a other world. The office being checked into heaven. Oh dear. Melanie says, whispers quietly while on the phone. Sprint. Cute. Melanie says to Allie, that's wow. Melanie says it has thousands of cubicles. Yeah, can imagine. Greg says to Allie, you changed your avatar? Question mark. Allie says yes. Allie says, Alex, from my superhero series I'm writing. Greg says, I see, nice. Allie says, thanks. Allie says, good night, all. Good night, Allie. Hope I didn't miss you. It's the only problem. I can't always see the comments, so people leave and I don't get a chance to say goodbye. So, I'm sorry, but good night. Amy says good night to Allie. Melanie says, I'm going to hop off for a bit since I'm still on the phone. I'll be back later. Okay, great. See you later. Amy Lee says, I might have to go, but I'll probably be back later. Okay, great. Still early. I'm not planning on quitting anytime soon. Amy met later. Yes, I know that, Amy. Amy says, thanks for the stream, Tessa. I'll beta read another few chapters soon. Sounds great, Amy, and I do appreciate it very much. Thank you. Kate says, didn't get any writing done, but I caught up on emails finally. And sometimes that has to be done. I have so many emails that I've missed. It isn't funny. I got a ton of them that I dumped into a folder that says unread old emails. Most of them are probably not pretty pertinent right now, but I haven't done anything with them. They're there. I try to look each day for the most important stuff. Greg says 186 words to sprint. It is a small bit of a cheat, as this is a rewrite of another passage I will need to delete later. Well, that sucks if you have to rewrite it and then delete it. Jen's ecstatic. 903. Great. That's wonderful. It's almost 1,000 words, girl. You go, girl. I do the clicks like Charlie does, but I can't do that. It doesn't happen. Nothing comes out. You did great. Good job. I did a little bit of research and I started setting up another post for my blog. I wonder if I ever get caught up again to a point where I can keep caught up. Maybe if I didn't sleep so much, it might help. That's part of my problem, is I spend too much time in bed. Jen says that he's starting a book and figuring out the who's and the what's. Oh, yeah, it's not the fun part. And the fun part's writing it. That's not fun at all. I agree. Oh, night is early. It's going slowly. I'm still a little worn out from doing all that grocery shopping earlier. But there's food on my refrigerator now. There's snacks in my house again. I didn't have any snacks. I was going crazy not having any snacks. I know I'm not supposed to eat them, but doggone it, I want my snacks. It shaves a few years off my life. At this point, I really don't give a damn. Just ate a bunch of grapes. Have to wait a while. I have actual food for food. I don't have to eat junk all the time, but I don't know. It happens. Jen says this is a very no smut book, so I get to focus on characters. Interesting. No smut book. What's romance without a little smut? Well, that's what I'm writing now. I mean, these guys are teenagers who have made a vow not to have sex until they get married. Where they are currently celibate, and they are about 20 years old, and they're getting married in less than a year. So it's not too much longer to wait, but they're decided to wait. I'm not sure why I wrote that, because I don't really believe in that. But I put it down there. It's weird but nice, Jen says. Well, that's good. A little bit of a change every now and then doesn't hurt. I got pieces of grape caught between my teeth now. Wonderful. I'm going to go brush my teeth and try to get them out. Wow. I have to set up my calendar for next week. I'm trying to decide if I should try and do a video a bit, if I'm ready to do a plan with me yet or not. I mean, tomorrow's Sunday, so I would have to do it like tonight, or at least tomorrow, the first day of the week. It starts on Sunday. And if I would stop sleeping half my life away. So, I don't know what I'm going to do yet. I'm still trying to practice letters because my letters are not good. My writing is crap. Jen says, the other project I am working on is heavy on smut. It's all about balance, right? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you can get to a point where it's too much smut. You can get to the point where it's very erotic. And some of that erotica can be way off balance. So, yeah, balance is good. I still, like I said, have to figure out who's been murdered. I need a who, a why, a how, Who done it? I got a pretty good idea of how I can combine the book and get the characters from this story combined with this first book. So I do have an idea there. And like I said, I'm going to have to do the dreaded outlining because I need to have this more to make more sense. I mean, right now, like I said, this is jumping around because I have to follow these words. So I might have 3 of them all on the same day, and then I'll skip a few months and back and forth. And I don't think the beginning that I started this with is actually the beginning of the book. It's just where I started this prompt. And that's what happened the last time I did this and wrote from a prompt. I wrote the whole end, middle to end for Nano. And then when I was done with Nano, the Authortubers, I added the beginning of the book because that, where it started wasn't where the story started. So it's interesting. I'm going to have to figure out where I'm going with all this. I mean, I like not having deadlines, but then again, maybe deadlines would be better because I used to write better under pressure. I always wrote my research papers the night before. Always. Always. My mother knew. She says, oh, no, here we go again. I'd be up all night, drag myself into school late, drop off my paper, leave early, come home and drop into bed. And my kids were the same way. Okay. Let's see. One more message down here. Jen says to get the pic done with the smut client. It sounded fun and over the top. Cool. As long as you're having fun. Still can't imagine writing to somebody else and then giving them the credit for them. They're trying to decide when the next worldwide write-a-thon is going to be. They just posted a poll in the group that I'm part of since I'm participating. And it's looking like the beginning of March, which is, the month before Nano, which is a good time, I think, to start. Gives us time to work on our Nano project. Because a lot of people get a lot done during those worldwide write-a-thons. So I don't know if I'll be a, what do you call it, host or a co-host. I don't know that yet. Or who's going to be with me. I don't know any of that. It just we're just now starting to come up with a date. So it isn't final, but the choices were in the beginning of the month. So that's the only thing I know about it. Let's see. Oh, I knocked it off. Greg says, I have to put a deadline on myself or I never finish. It used to be a lot worse at this. Start loads of projects and never finish anything. That's me. I got tons and tons of started projects and nothing completed. This is the first time I actually completed something. And I actually wanted to complete it. Like most of the stuff I've written, I haven't cared about one way or the other. This I really do care about. And now I've got another one that I wrote. I was going to write a stand-alone. I might rethink that one and see if there's some way to fit that into my little series of mysteries. It's always a possibility. I can't impose myself a deadline. It doesn't work because my body and my mind say it's not real. You imposed it, so you don't have to follow it. So that never worked for me. Jen says deadlines are a good thing for me, though. I push them. Yeah, she does a lot. That's me with my own writing. Yeah, I can't get my brain to say, okay, this is your deadline. You got to do this. It says, look, we know that you don't have a deadline. We are not stupid. So why do you think we're stupid? We are not going to work that way. That is the way my brain thinks. So I wish I could do it that way, but it doesn't work for me. Just like I keep saying, I'm going to get up early. I'm going to put myself on a schedule. I'm going to go to bed at the same time. It never happens. It's never going to happen. Greg said that's the reason I wrote a couple of short stories before even thinking of writing a full-size novel. I had to prove to myself that I actually finished something. Well, I do that all the time. For the last 10 years, I've done nothing but write short stories and poetry. So I know I can finish things. It's the size, the lengthy size of a novel. It's a whole different story than a short story. Pun intended, I think. Never sure about that. But, yeah. I know I can finish things. Like, I will complete the story till I can't use the words anymore. Nothing comes or, makes sense. But as long as it keeps coming, it helps me get words together and gives me something to write. Like I know there's going to be stuff that has to be added. Some of the stuff might get even taken out. I mean, it may not, really fit once I got to actually use it. Jen said I wrote the short story for the anthology the night before it was due. I'm sure it's not my finest work. Yeah, some of us do those kind of things still. I haven't entered any of those anthologies or Little Hearts anthology on, of course, hers is on the dark side, I think, usually. But I just saw the other day and started watching the first one, and the guys get on there, they make a video and read their story. It's not just a printed anthology, they make an actual video that they attach. And she puts a list together, and you just, go from one to the next. Now, one, I could not hear. No matter what I did, turn up the volume, nothing, I could not hear it. Have no idea what she wrote about. So that didn't work out too good, that one. I'll probably never know what she wrote about. Because there's just no way of turning the volume up any more than it already was. So, Jen says I posted lots of short stories and even long ones online over the years. Yeah, well, I've got 3 blogs full of them over the last 10 years. That's when I started writing again. I had stopped writing for all those years. Jen says I love a good short. If you like reading, they're not necessarily all horror or anything. I think she gives you a prompt that you can do any genre, I believe it says. She just published the second one. I don't know if she's going to continue or not. And I just started reading some. Well, say reading. You're not reading. You're listening to somebody read their story. See how creative they are by creating a video. Putting stuff in the video, so it's not just a person sitting there reading. I mean, some of these are really nicely produced. So, Order Heart That's her name. Hart, as H-A-R-T. Orla, O-R-L-A. And Laura, I think, is one of the contributors on there, if I'm not mistaken. Not sure if anybody else that comes into here wrote for that, but Laura definitely did. And you can imagine, of course, hers are scary. Greg says, not that I haven't burned through some deadlines. I originally was going to publish the first chapter in January of this year. To my defense, this also depends on the proofreader. True. And look at me. It's been a couple years now since I started that memoir. It's pretty much read. It just needs some editing on the last 3 to 4 chapters. But I haven't done it, and I haven't posted it. And now somebody's busy reading it, and of course it's not finished. I really should do that. It's one more thing to add to my list. Greg says I am getting better at pushing through a block and making progress on a stagnating project. Yeah. I used to have so much trouble with Nano. I started back in 2004, and half the time I didn't even write anything when the time came because I just wasn't in a mood to write. I had bipolar disorder and it was out of control, and it's like I had big plans. Nothing happened. Or I'd start to write, and then right in the middle, I just go, don't feel like it. So it wasn't until the last few years that I actually got interested in actually writing anything for NaNoWriMo. And this time, I really accomplished something, so I feel proud of myself for doing that. Jen says it totally does, Greg. And Rick says I'm getting. Oh, I think I read that part already. Kate says now that's a skill I need to work on. I've been in a block on Luck Rose for a few weeks, and I'm only getting a few hundred words at a time now. Yeah, the block is rough. I started doing the memoirs of my childhood, and I had, besides the fact of not remembering my childhood, I kept running into walls. Like I just, I didn't know where to go with it. I'm like, does this sound like a kook? Am I really as crazy as I sound? And it's just like, it's difficult. That's not anywhere near ready to go up. Second part of the married years. So the first part was military life, and that is finished except for some editing of the last few chapters, and then it needs to go up. So that will be complete. Then I need the second part of my marriage till it ended, and that's the third. Technically that was the second part, but it's not done. Then I started working on the childhood years, and I don't remember much of my childhood. It's been a long time. My memory is terrible at this point. I'm drugged up half the time with all these pain meds and stuff, and anxiety meds and bipolar meds, antipsychotic meds, and it's like, oh God, I can't think straight sometimes. It's wonder I get anything done. Rick says a few hundred words is still progress, though. And yes, he's true. Yes, that's true. I think I said that wrong. Jen says, keep writing, Kate. Those blocks go away at some point. Yeah, just keep working. Work on something else. That's why I do a lot of blog prompts. I think it helps keep my brain from stagnating. Keeps it constantly working, trying to come up with something. Because I have a couple of them sitting here that I've put off, and I'm going to miss the deadline for the week if I don't do something soon. I'm just not sure I have anything to add to it. So let's see. After midnight, I'll get the next piece in my long prompt. I call that my long prompt. She publishes it usually just sometime after midnight, an hour or two after midnight. I gather from the way she talks, she's also on the other side of the ocean, pond, or whatever you want to call it. So, case is true. Thanks, y'all. Only way out is through, right? Exactly. Failure is not an option. Yep, Kate. Well, how about we do another sprint? How's that sound? You guys ready? I think we lost BA a long time ago. I remember him saying hi. I don't remember hearing anything else from him. I know a few people have come and said they were going to come back. A couple have been in and out. Should we sprint, guys? Or should I just make an executive decision? Since it's my live stream, I can do that. The only place I have any control is over my live stream. And actually, I don't have that much control because when StreamYard decides to kick me out, I don't have any control anymore. Kate says, okay, this sprint, I'm actually going to write something. Yay. Good idea. All right. We're going to sprint. Let me find that timer. I got too much open up here. Reset it. 30 minutes. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Wow, that went quickly. Excuse me, very quickly. Oh, well, I get hiccups. I see we have Tiara here. Hello, Tiara. Nice to see you. Melanie says I'm finally back. I started another blog post. Got something to eat. Thinking over what to write for this, and I wrote another short story for another blog post. So I actually got a good bit done considering. So Melanie's back. That's good. Melanie says, I don't know if I've ever said anything before, Tessa, but I so appreciate your longer streams. Well, you're welcome. A lot of people have said that. I have a what's the word I want? People have heard of me and know that my streams are usually long. So I get a lot of people are looking for longer streams. And people have told me they appreciate the longer streams. So yes, thank you. And like I said, Tiara is here. Hello, everyone. Oh, no, I'm not. I don't think to say. I'm looking at it. I know I unmuted myself. Talk about confusing. Everybody saying hi to Tiara. Never mind. I had myself muted. I'm looking at it and I'm like, it's not muted. There's no way to unmute that. That's a good one. Rick says they did 167 words. I will be gone 5 minutes. Okay, take your time. We'll still be here. Kate said that went fast. 245 for me. Yeah, they do tend to go fast. Too fast sometimes to really get into what you're doing. That's the worst part, is when you can't have enough time to get into something and the time runs out. That's why I don't like doing short ones, because I just finally get into it and it ends. Another hi to Tiara. Jen did 868 words. Another good amount of words there. Melanie says, I feel so bad. Sorry, Tessa. It's not a problem. You scared me for a minute there. I was pretty sure I unmuted myself. And then I looked down and I'm like, I'm not muted. So I didn't know if I was having a problem with my stream again, but I'm glad to know it's just that you were muted. So yeah, I'm working my way through blog posts for this week. But I'm trying to make a list because I want to put it in my bullet journal. I'm going to make a list of all of them so I can find the websites in case I don't remember. Some of them I know right now. I could go to their sites without problem. There's some I really don't know the website. But I want to put it in my bullet journal so I have it, because I want to keep a list so that I don't miss anything throughout the week. I mean, I still got things from Monday that I haven't done. I'm trying to decide what to do with. So we'll see what goes. So right now I'm still working mainly on blog posts, prompts. Once I get some more beta reader comments, I'll work on that. I want to get, before I start tearing my story apart, I want to get more comments, so I don't want to tear it apart if I don't have to. So, okay. So, Melanie says, oh, I hit the exciting part of the story, the killer's point of view. Yeah. I tried to figure out what to do about that. I didn't know how to do it. I wanted everybody to know what happened, but if I didn't have somebody actually as a real witness to it, how would they know? So I decided to just use the killer's point of view. I don't know if it's correct or not, but it's working for me. Jen says I need to read that at lunch next week to Melanie. Melanie says to Jen, are you referring to Tessa's novel? Melanie says, I won't give any spoilers. Don't worry. It's just like I'm not giving you any either, so you're just going to have to read it and find out. Jen says, I have had it for a while. You all guys all got it about the same time. Melanie had already contacted me about a time constraint, so I already knew hers wasn't coming right away. A couple people haven't commented either way. I don't know what's going on. I had one come in quick, and she was intense. She comes in here a lot, Monique Mack, and she was very thorough. She worked hard on it, and she did it really fast. And then Megan McCarthy, who comes in here sometimes, she was the second one, and he just finished hers. And it's weird because both of them have completely different ideas about what is wrong. That's why I need a few more people to kind of tell me, okay, is this wrong or not wrong? Melanie says, gotcha. Just wanted to make sure I was on the same page with you. Jen says, I'm juggling a lot. Poor Tessa might never get any feedback from me. I know you have a lot to do, and I will survive if I don't. Don't worry. It's not the end of the world. Greg says, I am back. Melanie said, it was funny. I was reading a tense part of the novel. My husband made a loud noise in the other room, and I actually jumped. I've done that before. My kids scared me one time. I was reading a Stephen King novel, and they had gotten in the hallway in the room. I hadn't turned on lights because I don't need a lot of light. Light hurts my eyes. So I was reading in pretty dark, and all of a sudden the kids came crashing through the door, and I screamed and I jumped, and they're like looking at me like they didn't know what happened. Like, you guys just scared the living daylights out of me. Melanie says, welcome back, Greg. Jen says, that's good, Melanie. Yeah, it is good. That means you were involved in it, and it is doing its point. It's supposed to be scary. I won't spoil it. You'll probably jump again later. Sitting here eating turkey. Melanie says, I remember back when I was reading I Am Legend by Richard Matheson. It was around 2 a.m. and I'd read the line, the watch stopped. And I was like, okay, that's enough for you tonight. Ted says, I love it when I'm that into a book. Oh, yeah. They're doing their job if they can get you to become that absorbed that you jump in fright when something happens. Melanie said, me too. That's why I love horror. Authors do such a great job of messing with you. Yeah. I usually don't get scared, but Stephen King's Rose Red, it was a movie, and it was four nights worth, and it was put onto a CD, so, or DVD, or whatever those were called, and it was 8 hours worth of his story at one time. I was watching the whole thing, and I was sitting by myself. It was all alone. It was dark, and that thing was scaring the daylights out of me. I'm like, usually that doesn't do that. I don't usually get like that, but that really did it. And Pet Cemetery got me. I couldn't handle the ending of Pet Cemetery, and that's the one I was reading the day the kids scared me too. Was Pet Cemetery? Come to think of it. Melanie says I've also openly wept while reading. Oh, I do that all the time. That's nothing though. Jen says they do that at work, Melanie. They stopped asking me what's wrong with me since they do that and laugh a lot. Melanie says to Jen, haha, that's great. Melanie said, oh, I've not read Rose Red yet, but I know my mom watched the TV adaptation. Yeah. I don't know if I read it too, but the TV part, 8 hours straight, it was scary, and I was all alone, and it was dark. It was late at night, and I'm like, I was scared silly. And I don't normally get scared by them, you know? That one scared me silly. Melanie says Stephen King is an expert at using the setting atmosphere to build tension. Yeah. The Shining was another one that was pretty. What was the first one I read? The Shining of his. I think it was The Shining, and like that one was really, really scary. Yeah, The Shining. That's a scary book for me. I want to read The Shining too. I know there's a new version of the movie out. The original one was, God, what was it? He freaked me out. He was a freak, real freak. I mean, he played those kind of characters. Can't think of his name right now. I think it was the guy from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, but I may be wrong there. But he is one of those characters that are simply scary. You know, just looking at him, he can transform his face into a scary looking thing, and really, really gets to me. Jen said his books are so long I have a short attention span. Then don't read the Dome, because that's like 1,000 pages, and it's huge, huge. And I just heard there's a second part out. I don't know if he wrote it or it's the second part to the TV series. Greg said the movie The Shining never made a lot of sense to me. I didn't have a problem with it. I was so young at that point when I read that. And like I said, the guy that played that character, he is great at being a scary character. Jen said it's an odd one, but good, Greg. I think it's based on a real hotel. Oh, really? That makes it even worse. Yeah, scary. Jen said I have watched a lot of ghost shows about it. Wow, interesting. I hadn't known that. Melanie said I've never read The Shining. I enjoyed the movie. The Outsider is based off some Mexican folklore, so good. Melanie says the Stanley Hotel. Genuinely, it is a gorgeous building. I'd love to visit. It wasn't gorgeous in that. That scared me silly. Melanie said, I believe it's in Colorado. Well, that makes sense. There sure was a lot of snow. Jack Nicholson. That's it. Could not think of his name. Jack Nicholson. And he is such a fantastic character actor. I mean, he can change into anything he wants to be. And you like in there, he looks mad. And you could see that he was really crazy. No, I said isolation, I believe. I think it was kind of that, and the fact that he was seeing these things, which wasn't helping, and they were kind of making his life, really, they were really involved with him. Depending on whether you believe in ghosts or not. But, it just kind of took over. He was totally isolated and, crazy. Jen says, I kind of think it was the hotel itself and installation. Well, there was something definitely there, and he was seeing it, and it was definitely making him crazy. Jumped again. Stop jumping. Melanie said he was susceptible to the paranormal activity in the hotel. Exactly. Greg says, you guys don't seem to be sure either. I am not the only one who didn't get it. You know how long ago I read The Shining? I don't remember a whole heck of a lot completely about it. I remember Redrum. I'll never forget Redrum. I mean, that was impressed upon my mind. His character in The Shining terrified me, and so did Shelley Duvall's. Oh, yeah. The way her eyes would get all big and her mouth would contort. They're both fantastic. Yeah, character actors that can make themselves whatever they need to be, and they are believable. Jen said, amazing, right, Melanie? Absolutely, says Melanie. Jen said, threw him in the photo at the end was strange. Yeah, I do vaguely remember that he was in that photo, which makes me think that he was involved in that hotel before in another life, maybe, or whatever. But yeah, that's right. Melanie says, it's just been a while since I've seen the movie, Greg. Yeah, me too. Yeah, redrum. I agree. Redrum. Greg says at one point his wife looks at his novel and he wrote, all work and no play made Jack a dull boy, over and over. I remember that now. That contradicts the notion that he got mad gradually over time. Well, he had been there a long time by himself because the hotel shut down very early because the snow came too early, and the isolation, people couldn't get to it. So there was nobody there, and he was all alone. So he definitely started going mad. It doesn't mean he didn't have some qualities already that were, Wait a minute. Everything jumped. Is that a pothole or am I missing something? Melanie said, how does it contradict it? He's spending hours upon hours writing the same thing over and over. That's insanity. Jen says, isn't that the basic definition of insanity? Okay, I knew I missed something. Like I said, it contradicts it because he seems to have been doing that since the start. Well, we don't know exactly what point. I don't remember. It's been a long time, but I don't remember. I mean, he seems, when it first started out, he seemed perfectly, because there were still people there when he first arrived. Then they all left. Melanie said to Greg, oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, he probably was leading up to it, and then it peaked. Yeah, when you start seeing all that stuff, it would. Jen says that describes my life sometimes, Melanie. Girl, me too. Yeah, me too. Melanie says, until we learn how to break the cycle. Yeah. Melanie says, I love Jack Nicholson. I haven't seen a lot of his movies, but one of my favorite roles was when he was in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. That's what I said. Yeah, he can play a perfectly normal person, but he can play a great crazy person, and he just takes on that whole persona. I mean, he's really great. He's one of those great actors. Jen says yes, Melanie. Yeah, he was something else. And Jen said he had a severe case of writer's block in that big scary place. Yeah, he should have started writing about all that crazy stuff he was seeing, right? And said he was awfully grumpy. Melanie said, right. Don't they tell us just write whatever's on our mind when we get stuck? Well, he did. What was that about Jack's all playing, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy? Oh, gee. He says, I love how The Shining is the movie they were watching in Twister at the drive-in. And they matched up the screen being blown to bits when Jack was dropping down the bathroom door. Remember that? I love that movie. Greg says, once his wife sees what he wrote, he asks, do you like it? I didn't buy that this should freak her out so much. I would have been more like, do you care to explain this novel of yours? Melanie says, I think she reacted that way because it was her worst fears about her husband coming true. It would definitely be scary knowing if that's all he was doing. Something was definitely wrong. And the little boy, I mean, obviously he was also seeing those things going on. Jen said he was a terrifying man in that movie. Yeah, sure was. Greg said her worst fear being what? No inspiration? Taking the piss about writing a novel? Her worst fear. Wait a minute, jump. Okay. No, it says now I want to rewatch The Shining. I think I was still a teen last time I saw it. I was about approximately roughly close to that. I was pretty young when I first read it. One of the first ones of his I read, if not the first one. Melanie says her worst fear about a Saturday Yeah, because I think she had been wondering about him anyhow before all this started. Chen Mooney said that's a strong mental break and it does sneak up on people. Mm. I read Gary, yeah, when you were a senior in high school. I loved it. Tried to read Pet Cemetery, couldn't do it. Oh God, I finished that book, but it freaked me out, and I got really upset. And I said, "This is one book I would never ever reread." Normally, I didn't mind rereading a book. I said, "I can't do this again." And then, for some reason, I ended up watching the movie, and I'm like, "That was even worse." I hated the way that was. There are certain things I can't handle, and that was one of them. I don't want to say anything in case somebody hasn't read it, but the ending really did a number on me. Jen said, I haven't read a King book in years. Melanie says to Jen, roles like that make me wonder if actors are ever kept from knowing certain things so their reactions are more visceral. It's a good question. Because, then again, he's a good actor too. So some of them can really do that. Some can't. I'm sure they are, Jen says. Greg says, I've never read a King book. I did enjoy the movie Misery, though. That one was another one. Yeah, Misery. There aren't too many of the old ones that I haven't read. It's these last maybe 10 years or so I haven't read what he's put out. I read The Dome, and I don't think I read too much more of his after The Dome. Melanie says, some of the subjects in King's books I won't touch. I tried reading it last year. Nope, nope, nope. Yeah. Um, my grandson, who was only about 2 at the time, watched the movie It, and we had a major problem. We couldn't even go past the road if it had a water drain on the side. And we were going to the circus to watch clowns. You probably figure out that was a disaster. Melanie says, oh, Greg, I've heard that's one of the best film adaptations. Jen said, I took a friend's daughter to see Misery when it was in the theaters with permission. I think the girl was 6 or so. Yeah. Misery was another one. Melanie said, when we were growing up, my cousins had a gray cat that looked just like the one in the original Pet Cemetery movie. Jen said it is the biggest book I've ever seen. You haven't seen Dome then. 1,000 pages. Huge book. Huge book. Greg said I saw It, the movie. Quite good. Well, see, you do like some of this stuff. I mean, they adapt it. They don't do it word for word, but his stories are pretty good, whether they're adapted to movie form or not. Jen says her daughter loves movies. Melanie says, I watched the It made for TV adaptation for the first time a couple of years ago and was pleasantly surprised that it didn't scare me as much as I thought it would. That one didn't bother me. And he says, but I love the gunslinger. Apparently Pennywise is connected to the Dark Tower world. Yeah, I stayed away from the Dark. I didn't enjoy the Dark Tower at all. I tried it and I said, I'm not reading this. Too much fantasy. I don't read fantasy, and I think it just had too much fantasy for me. Melanie says, 14 when I watched my first horror movie, and it was Scream. It terrified me the first time I watched it with my then bestie and her boyfriend, because I was left alone in the living room with 2 walls that were made of floor-to-ceiling windows. Yeah, I remember Scream. I'm a lot older than you are. Yeah, I remember Scream. No, this is not great when you're watching a movie with a stalker. And said the first Freddy Krueger scared me more than any of the others. The name slipped my mind. Oh, Freddy Krueger. That was another thing that scared the daylights out of my grandson. I told my daughter, you've got to stop letting him watch this stuff because he's becoming afraid of stuff in real life because of what he sees in these movies. He's not old enough. He's just not mentally able to accept these. You're gonna have to wait till he's older to let him watch this stuff. And he came over to my house. I was babysitting him, and he brought the movie Ring with him. And I'm like, does your mom know you have this? Because the last I heard, you weren't allowed to watch these kind of things. So I had to call my daughter and ask her if it was all right for him to watch the movie Ring. Because that's not a good movie for a child who's terrified of scary movies. And she said it was okay. I said, all right, fine, we'll watch it. Nightmare on Elm Street. Yep, Nightmare on Elm Street. Definitely. Jen Mooney said just that. Well, it was a scary premise. Monty said, I didn't see that or even Friday the 13th until I was in college. It was Friday the 13th. It was Nightmare on Elm Street. Halloween was the other one. So another set. There was a... Melanie says, actually, Robert Englund, who played Freddy Krueger, had a cameo in Scream. Melanie said, The Ring. Oh, my God. It's a PG-13 horror movie. But that one scared the daylights out of me. I refuse to watch it even now. Yeah, she let him watch it. And I'm like, are you kidding me? You know what happened with all those other movies and you're letting him watch this? He brought it with him. And she said, it's fine. I'm like, okay, you're the mother. I'm not sure this is a great idea, and I hope that I'm not going to spend the whole night with a kid screaming. And he did fine with it, but Jen said I started to watch all that stuff pretty young. Yeah, well, my grandson did too, but it started affecting him to the point that he became afraid of real life, you know, and the thing with the clowns and the drains and, you know, the things, everyday life. And then there was the Freddy Krueger one, I think, when he was on the motorcycle or something. Then he was terrified of motorcycles. I said, Karen, please do something. You're going to have this kid terrified of everything that's in this world. He has to live in this world. Can't have him terrified of everything. Jen said, I love Asian horror movies. Creepy. Melanie said, that reminds me to Jen Mooney. I need to take advantage of Parasite being on Hulu. I've heard nothing but good things about it. Parasite. I don't know what sounds familiar, but I don't know if I've seen it or not. Is it an older movie? Melanie said it. Oh, to go with the. All right. Gemini said, "Where in the movie, Melanie?" Um, Jen said, "I started it, Melanie, but never finished it. I'm bad that way." Melanie said, "In the scene where the principal, Henry Winkler, was killed, he looks out of his office and yells at the janitor. Robert Englund's the janitor. He's even wearing the striped red sweater." Uh, yeah. I haven't seen that movie for a while, obviously, Jen says. Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen any of this stuff. And now they're making remakes of so much that things are changing. And on the other end of the spectrum, I've seen it so many times I can quote it. That's when you know you've seen it too many times. My kids would do that. They would get hooked on the movie and we'd watch it every day. And then I had to sit and listen to them play it out when it wasn't on because they knew the whole thing by heart. Melanie said, "Yeah, Parasite won an Oscar last year, I think it was." Shen says it won a few things, I think. Kay said to Melanie, "Oh, I didn't know Parasite was on Hulu. Guess I got my movie for Sunday night. I've got Hulu now, too, for the moment, on my cell phone." Sounds interesting. Melanie says to Kate, "I really hope it's still in there now so I don't get yelled at if it's not." Oh, man. Oh, guys, do we want to spread again? We've been talking for a while. Alrighty. Spring it is. Got the hiccups again. All right. 30 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right. Well, I'm pretty much caught up of all the prompts I plan on doing this week, and I'm just waiting for after midnight for the next one in my 3 things challenge that I'm doing the long term one. I caught up on the rest of the stuff that I plan on doing at this point, and now I have to figure out. Oh no, I didn't. I missed one. I got one to check out. May or may not do it. Depends on what it is. I don't know if you heard me. I seem ready to figure out if my suspicion on who your killer is correct. And I said, you probably figured it out because I thought it was, doing good, giving everybody the possibility of being, a good reason for being the killer. Then somebody told me that who read it said, you're kind of obvious. You got to figure something else different for that. So you probably figured it out. Jen says she got 637 this time. Little less than normal, but still a pretty good number. Still kind of early. It's not bad. Bird got 211 words. That's good. Melanie says I'm going to hop off stream for the night and probably take a break from reading. I'll finish up tomorrow. Thanks again for hosting, Tessa. Have a great night, everyone. Stay safe. All right. Nice to see you again, and I'll be looking forward to your comments. But yeah, take a break. Enjoy the rest of the night before you go to sleep. Have a nice night. Jen says, good night, Melanie. Cases 339, slow but steady. Gonna run out with the dog, but should be back later. Happy writing, y'all. Okie dokie. Have fun with the pup. I ate. I didn't really enjoy that turkey. It was kind of dry. Baked by the store, but wasn't as good as I hoped. So I got one more blog post. Still too early for the other one to come out because that's usually sometime after midnight. So I have to wait till tomorrow for that one. Do need to start making not only this list, I need to make a couple pages that I want to create for the planner, which means I have to cut them down. They're 7 by 9 1/4, and I have a punch. And I bought heavy duty paper, so hopefully it'll be strong enough to print on, and hopefully it'll print. I hope it's not too heavy duty. That would be my luck to end up with a huge package of heavy duty paper I can't use. Because cardstock, if it's more than just light cardstock, won't go through the printer. So I hope this paper goes through the printer. I have to create them, then I have to cut them out. Got a couple of them I need to create. I need to finish that memoir and get it put up. Oh man, my knees are starting to kill me. And it's still too early. I can't take my pill. I can't take my pain pill. Worst I can do is put on some cream. Pain cream. Doesn't help the whole packet a lot. Take anything at this point. Put too much on. Really creamy. Instead of massaging it into my skin, it's just rolling around. I'm a little carried away there. The aid I had for the last 3 days has been great. I hope in some way that I get to keep her. I know she's going to have her baby soon, so it won't be for long, but I'll take any amount of time because she was great. These last 3 days have been wonderful compared to Miss Grumpy that I normally have. All right. So what do we think, guys? Anyone up for another sprint? Are we up for a conversation? What are we up for? There's a few of you left, anyhow. I ordered a bunch more sticker pads. I think I need more stickers. That's what happens when you're looking for links to put in your thing so that, you can put the promised links in there of all these stores. Well, to make sure that they carried them, I had to look it up. And of course, finding things that I wanted, ordering things. I stopped doing this. I got one today. I couldn't believe it's Friday. It was hanging on my door. I'm like, what is this hanging on my door? I didn't know until I got a message from Walmart saying, we delivered an item to your house earlier, and here's a picture of it. And I said, okay, now I know where there was a bag hanging on my door. That's how they packaged it. They delivered it in a bag and hung it on my door. I'm like, wow. Talk about weird. Because I couldn't figure out why there was a package of those stickers hanging on my door. And I'm like, did somebody get them delivered to their house their apartment by mistake and come and deliver it to me? I mean, I sure didn't expect to see it already. I just ordered it. But it's here. It was hanging on my door in a bag. I should have noticed the bag said Walmart on it. Should have been an indication. Okay, guys, what are we up to? We can spread. We're discussing dinner at the moment here, Jen says. Okay. Sounds good to me. Set the timer. You go on discussing your dinner. 30 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. That went faster than I expected it to. I think that was the last one. I found a couple more I put up, but I think that's the last one I want to do, except for 3 words if it comes up before I end up going to bed. I think I just did one this time. How to write. The prompt was the word gargantuan, and it had to be 96 words long. So it was longer than last week. Last week it was 50 some words. This week we got 96 words. Then I wrote a little thing using gargantuan. I was just getting ready to put the finishing touches on the post when the timer went off on me. Greg says he should probably stop listening to music if he's going to write anything this sprint. So did you stop the music and did you write anything this sprint? I can't write to music, Jen. Especially the kind of music I like is, like rock and roll and punk and those kinds of things that are very moving, fast moving. I can't concentrate. I wanna dance to it. It's like I wanna move. I don't want to be sitting here writing. So silence. I write to silence. I don't even like the TV on usually. Though I have on occasion, if there was something I really, really wanted to watch and I was writing, I did on occasion, the TV on, but it hasn't been on much lately. I'm paying an awful lot for cable. I mean, it's the internet too, but I haven't been using it. I haven't been watching it much. There's time for TV. I don't see that time for anything. I don't know why. I swear I don't have enough time in the day. And I guess most of it is because I do spend so much time sleeping. I lose a lot of hours that way. I try to watch videos. I don't have time to watch the videos. I like to watch the, YouTube videos. It's just don't have that much time. Try to write. Greg said he got 138 words. That's not bad. I wrote 96. I know because I had to put it in Word to count it because it had to be exactly 96 words. So I know it's 96 words. But yeah, no, I know a lot of people say they find music and they make playlists up and they put it on to write to, and I'm like, how do you do it? It to me is it's annoying. Like it distracts me. I can't focus. I know it helps a lot of people, but I'm not one of them. I've been thinking whether or not to try a plan with me video or not. Am I ready for that? I would have to think about it. I would have to open up the pages. I need to switch my table around because I need something flat underneath of it so I can press on it. And then I would have to take and mark, take post-it notes, which is what they suggest, and write the different things that I need to write on the page for the week, the different, days of the week, write them down on post-it and put it there. And then I would have to look through my sticker book to see what it is I want to use and put, some kind of marker there so I know to go page to go to. And I would definitely have to have my paper scissors, the scissors to cut. Maybe, I don't know where it is right now, but the little knife, they make an X-Acto sort of knife to cut ends off of things if I'm going to use washi tape or whatever. And I have to figure out, I know where some of the washi tape is. I would just have to, and I don't know what kind of design I want to go with. I don't know if I'm ready to do that yet. No, in the middle of the night is the best time to do it because it's fairly quiet in here and no phones, no neighbors yelling and screaming and banging doors. So it's, an ideal time is in the middle of the night. Greg said, I wrote after listening to music. I don't do both together well. I was listening to the Italian song Che Sarà. I'm not very good with Italian, so I'm probably wrong. So good. Yeah, I don't do both together well either. Jen is used to writing the background noise here at home. Well, there's a difference between background noise, depending on what kind of background noise. Now, the other day, somebody was on one of the streams, and their kids were making a loud racket. And it's like, they weren't muting themselves. They weren't shutting them up. They were just there with this loud racket going on. And that I found annoying. It's like I would not have been able to write. I would have to actually mute myself if I was going to write during that sprint because it was just too annoying. So there's background noise and then there's other noise. I mean, there's noise in the background that you're used to, and then there's stuff like that, which I find very annoying. And since I find little kids acting like that, noisy and screaming and fighting with each other, I don't like that anyhow. So I would not be able to write with that. I would have to mute it. People talking, watching TV, that kind of stuff wouldn't bother me so much. Music, if you got it loud and it's a certain kind of music, would probably bother me. There's probably some music out there I can listen to without it being distracting, but I usually find it distracting. I know I stopped going to bed with watching TV because I would be so engrossed in what I was watching that I couldn't sleep. Instead of sleeping, I was watching because I was engrossed in what I was watching. So I had to stop watching TV if I wanted to go to sleep. It's usually quiet in here except for the neighbors and, the phone. Since I don't have anybody living with me, I don't have a lot of noise. Yeah, it could be destructive if you're talking about what I was just saying. Yes, it's very. It wasn't on my sprint. I was on somebody else's sprint, and they had some people on there. And the whole time, kids were just screaming and yelling, and the TV was blasting, and you could hear everything. And it was just like trying to concentrate and, ignore the noise and the disruption. And I mean, I would not let my kids behave like that, especially if I was doing, like co-hosting with somebody. I would certainly not allow my kids to be acting like that. So no, that wasn't on mine. Last person I had co-hosting was Jen. And Jen was not disruptive. She was a very good girl. Uh, she said she was very tired when she was done, though. That was her first time. She did very good. I don't know if you were here, Greg, when she was on or not. And says I need quiet if I'm going to stream. I didn't even do that in the living room with you. That's the thing, that I can't believe that she just sat there and ignored all that noise going on around her. She's like, well, she's used to living with it. That's beside the point. When you're on somebody's stream and you're doing something like that, you don't let your kids scream and carry on and blast the TV, and you go somewhere quiet, or well, the father wasn't home, so she had to watch the kids. So instead of getting off, which she originally said she was going to get off when the father left and watch the kids so they wouldn't kill each other, instead she just let them kill each other, basically. It was very annoying, and I can't take too much of that. It was really getting on my nerves. It does feel like a long time, hasn't it? It was only January 1st. So what? A little over a month? It's only been a little over a month. Yep. Oh, I wonder if it's snowing yet. Oh. No snow. They lied. When did they say it was going to snow? It's going to rain at 4 and start snowing at 5. They keep pushing it out further and out, further and further. We probably aren't going to get anything after all. There's snow for roughly a few hours, supposedly. Let's see. 7. Start at 5. Rain at 4. Snow starting at 5. 80%, and a 6, 90%, 7, 100%, and then it's 100% all the way to noon. So 7 to noon is supposed to be 100% of snow, and then start dropping slowly back down 1 p.m., 2 p.m., 3 p.m., and then done by 3 p.m. That's what they're saying now. The Monday's supposed to be nice, but if we get any snow, it'll screw up my injections in my knee. And then another storm on Tuesday, and then Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Jeez. I hope all these are false alarms and not actual actual snow. And says, I know there's one girl with the daughter. She seems to include her a lot, although it didn't seem as though it was too disruptive. Amber has her daughter on, and her daughter's not disruptive. If that's who you're talking about. She comes in and out of the camera, occasionally. No, she's not a problem. There's a couple other people that let their kids on there. And if they're well behaved, it doesn't bother me, but this was just out of control. I don't know. She had 3 kids, and I don't know if they're boys or girls, but man, they were just carrying on something fierce. Yeah, if I had little kids, I wouldn't stream. I wouldn't stream either. I couldn't believe because she said she was first. She said she was going to leave because, he was leaving and wouldn't be able to watch them. Instead, she just, and everybody else is looking around. It's like, where is all that noise coming from? And she's just sitting there. She goes, oh, I'm used to it. Like, it's no big deal to me. My kids are always this noisy. Like, honey, you don't do that. You don't put them on camera and disrupt everybody else. Just don't do it. That was annoying that night. I mean, I can't stand it even when my grandchildren start acting that way. And they start the fighting and carrying on. It's like, no, cool it. We're in the store and the kids are misbehaving or out to eat and they're misbehaving. And the parents are just, it's no big deal. It's just the way it is. Other people are around you. That's just not right that they should have to listen to your kids carrying on. Yeah, exactly. I always felt that way too. And when I used to go out with my daughter, she was terrible. And the kids were always noisy and fighting and hitting people with the carts. And I'm like, I'm going to do something about this. I don't want to be here with all looking at us because your kids are misbehaving. They shouldn't be acting like this out here. And she just, what's the big deal? She just ignored it. It just used to make me annoyed. Nowadays, people don't care what their kids do. Do whatever they want. Unfortunately. There was this one thing, I can't remember now, was some kind of, was it orchestra or symphony? It was like a Christmas song, and I enjoyed it. I can't remember who. I keep writing it down and then losing the paper with the name on it. Because I want to look it up and see if I can guess some of that music, because I enjoyed that one song. I figured maybe I'd enjoy some of their other songs. It was a Christmas song. It was something symphony or orchestra or I can't remember. It's not coming. But I enjoyed that, and perhaps something like that I might be able to write too. I don't know. That's it. Trans-Siberian Orchestra. The Christmas song. I really loved it. I'll write it down again, and I'll end up forgetting it and losing it again. Never seems to fail. But yeah, that's them. Oh, wow, you saw them live on here. I was kind of surprised that I was enjoying the music so much. Especially since it's Christmas music that I was listening to, and I'm not really good with Christmas songs. They make me cry. Really? Theatrical. I only heard the music. I never actually saw them perform it. I don't know if I have a music thing on my phone or not. They gave me a bunch of free stuff when I first got it. Of course, I eventually have to pay for it, but I don't know if I have music or not. I mean, I have Pandora free, but that, of course, has ads on it. But it may have the music. I don't know. I've never downloaded a song to my. I've downloaded them to my computer, but I never downloaded them to my phone before. And I never quite figured out how to transfer them from iTunes to my iPhone. I had never quite figured that out. Like if I paid for it and downloaded it to my computer, why can't I transfer it to my iPhone? Need to stop thinking about food. Oh Lord, put on so much weight isn't funny. I had lost 15 pounds after I got colitis, and now I put it all back on plus. Figures. When I'll stop eating all this food, it's going to be a lot more. And I'm already over my highest weight ever. Not happy about that. Is it all right to laugh at your own prose, or is that a bit pompous? It's funny. I don't see why I can't laugh at it. I mean, we're supposed to be proud of our work, right? So why not let if your prose makes you laugh, then laugh. I ate really well this week for the most part. Jen said, well, I sure haven't. I'm not feeling very good at all. Greg says, my main character is called FOMO. The last sentence I wrote, to FOMO's mind, the microscope started to look like too big a toy for too big a boy. Too big a toy for too big a boy. Oh my. Jen's eating Burger King right now. Bye bye effort. uh, I had ice cream earlier, and I'm thinking about ice cream again. I know as long as that ice cream's in the house, I'm going to eat it. I don't have any self-control. uh, Jen says, have I asked you about your book, Brad? I can be very forgetful. I know he's talked about it, but I don't know if you were here at the time that he talked about it. See, Greg has a wrench too, so he's able to post links. because he posted that story I told you about the other day. So I gave him a wrench as well. Laura's got one, you've got one, and he's got one. And I think Charlie might have one too. I'm not sure. I had someone ask me if they could have a wrench because they wanted to post something. And I'm like, I just ignored it because I didn't want that being posted on my stream. And I certainly didn't want this person to have access to being able to just post on my stream whenever. So I just kind of let that one go on by because in a way I was giving her a wrench. I'll have to see if I turn. You might hear a noise. Let me see. If I do this, try. Maybe it won't come on. I seem to be muted, so it may not be blast. Yeah, I'll mute it. All right, let me see if I can get that link so I can read it too. Interesting. That's an interesting concept. I don't want notifications. Thank you. 5 apples high. That's the story I read the other day. The story 5 apples is the one I was telling you about, Jeff. It's pretty good. I enjoyed it. I ignored all of them while I was reading. I kept just saying, just give me a few more minutes. I'm almost done. I don't know if I would be interested in something like that. Learning a language doesn't really appeal to me. I don't know how other people would feel about it. It's certainly different. It's an interesting concept. I think it would be, like I said, for me, too difficult. Having to learn another language in order to read it. I don't think so. Can't speak for everyone, though. Other people may think it's great. I can't wrap my mind around it. Having to learn another language. I'm having trouble with English. Gives me enough grief. Yeah, I can see why you were struggling with the chapters. It must be hard on the proofreader as well, I would think. Yeah, if you do something like that and you get a reaction like that, yeah, you would feel like, yeah, right. I can imagine. Oh, it's a real language? It's not something you made up? I thought you made it up. Then you really are lucky if you found a proofreader who knows both languages. I thought it was a made up language. It's made up but over 100 years old now. Well, I would think that it was over 100 years old that it would be an established language to me. I've never been to Reddit, to tell you the truth. I keep hearing about it, but I've never been to it. Well, to now. No, it's just there, obviously, but I'll be glad when this worldwide write-a-thon is over with. Makes me nervous. I did it last time. I did 2 sections of it. It still makes me nervous, and there's a possibility it could end up as the host. I'm not sure I'm ready for that. To doing the whole thing on Discord, though, and I'm not very familiar with Discord. So I'm trying just to keep up. I happened to stumble on it today and noticed they had the poll for the date, so I put my answer in for what date I wanted it to be. But Jessica Williamson thinks it will be easier to do it this way than the way she did it before, where she did everything and set everything up. Now they're trying to do it all on Discord. I don't know how it's going to work. No idea. So, what are we going to do now? Are we sprinting? Are we eating? The food on the brain right now. Oh, that's the way in which I asked. I'm kind of feeling like conversation was dying down and felt like I was interrupting. And I didn't know what to say. So let's sprint. That's what I want to do. I just didn't know if you guys were still interested. It seemed to be dying. Conversation kind of came to a halt. I'm like, I didn't know if you guys wanted to do anything or not. So we can sprint. Because I'm not quite done the last one I was writing. So I do need to finish that so it's not hanging around. Jen says I'm eating. Well, I'm thinking about food again, so I might be in the kitchen again before. Definitely. I'm going to end up in the kitchen, most likely. All right, well, let's get the timer started. 30 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And we're off. We are off. Now, let's see. Gotta watch the timer. It's going to go off. Eric's got 181 words and not writing anymore tonight. My main character just learned that food goes off because bacteria eat the food. He doesn't want to believe it. Try eating it. Might change his mind real fast. I just spent this time searching for my copy of my memoir that's on my blog because I need to finish putting the rest of that up there. Should have seen me trying to find it. I have a lousy filing system. I can't find anything. I just made a new copy and put a date on it so I know it's the new one. I'm going to start doing better with this filing system. I need to go through the files and get rid of all the junk that doesn't work because there's a lot of stuff that doesn't work. Just when OneDrive took over, all the paths quit working to documents and I can't find things. Driving me crazy. Okie dokie. So Jen got 373 in 15 minutes, which is not a bad amount. I finished up the last of this week's. No, I didn't. Almost. They keep saying that, and then they keep saying, oh no, there's another one I forgot. This time keeps marching on. Doesn't stop. And I keep forgetting. It's like, oh no, I gotta do another one. I thought I was done, and I just do another one. How many more I have? This one's a poem. You eat your healthy food most of it. Your healthy food from Burger King. And it'll be ice cream again. So it's out of the house. I'm going to keep on eating it. And then I won't be going back to the store for a while, so I won't have it anymore. It'll be done. But I figure I need to get those. I also need to get that memoir finished. It's been sitting there half done all this time. And then I need to start. And the other part, the second part, it's really kind of messed up because I'm going to have to outline it somehow. I have to write a timeline. I'm trying to remember. I don't remember a lot. My memory's probably going. And this was back in the late 70s. So late 70s, early 80s. And I don't remember a lot. And my timeline's not working out to the way it should. And I'm trying to line it up. It's just not working out. You can read the first 6 chapters by going to my blog. Let me see. I could probably even post a link. Let me find my blog. Blog. Books. I got 3 chapters I haven't done yet. But all the colored links are the ones that are clickable. You can read the first 6 chapters, and I gotta work on getting the rest of them on there, so it's done. It's been hanging around a long time now. I need to get it done. Oh, wait a minute. I can't. Yeah, I can put it on because I should be able to put it on here. I got a thing. That should take you directly to my memoir of when I was first married. And I got 3 chapters left to finish. I have to edit them, and then I have to link them and, put them to a blog post and link them, format them. And I need to create a cover in Canva to put up. Since I have Canva now and can make covers, I need to make a cover for it. I just don't know what to use because you can't use anything from the military. That's a no-no. To figure out what else to use. That should take you directly to it. The website scrolling. You guys do backups. Every now and then I email it to myself. It's in the Save the OneDrive, which is in the cloud. Okay. So yeah, the page you come on to is, you have to scroll down because that's just like, all the stuff you would find in a book is there in the beginning. And then you scroll down and then you'll see the clickable links. And there'll be 3 that have to be finished. And then I have the second part. I don't know. I don't know why my brain just doesn't want to function and get all those parts right. I mean, it doesn't have to be perfect. Memoirs never are. They're memories, and memories are flawed, as the thing says. My family doesn't care to even read it, so who's going to say anything? Nobody. Pretty much nobody cares one way or the other that I write anything, so. Maybe I should read that one out loud too. My group said they love to listen to me read my stories. I put so much of myself into it when I'm reading. Get it done first before I start doing that, I guess. That's what happened. I had OneDrive take over and start saving everything, and that screwed up all the links to the documents, and now finding them is really a real pain in the butt because it ruined my, the way everything was laid out. Now it's OneDrive, and it's all on OneDrive. Not all those links work. That's why I have to go through them all. I just had a heck of a time finding my memoir. I finally found it, so I can go back to working on it again. That looks, if you read it, you'll notice that if you've seen my other blog, the one that's scrolling, it's different from the one that you're actually going to because it's on a different blog. The link on the, TessaDeanAuthor.com is the link to another blog I have. That's where it is. It's on that blog. Which just cooks things up because unless I go back and put it on the other one, the new ones will be on the new blog. I don't know which is better. If it makes a difference or not. Because that's basically what I'll kind of be doing for this book that I'm writing now, is putting on the blog like that. And setting it up sort of the same way. And I'll put a cover page. I'll create a cover. I have a cover for the one. And then, did I fix this since I changed the title? I'll have to make sure I changed it. Made a new one after I changed the title. And then create one for this blog so it has a page. And there's pictures. Chapter 2 has pictures of my husband and I when we were younger. Look at me in those pictures and never believe it's the same person. I look at those pictures and think, God, I weighed 86 pounds. We're size 3. Male. I feel like gargantuan. The word I just had right in a story. I feel like a big beach whale. Really doubt I'll get back down there. I just can't lose weight. And the same way with my mom. I look just like my mom looked. Body, face, everything. I have her hair. I'm losing her hair, but I don't have her hair. I have my dad's hair, which is thick and bushy, which is good because I have her loss of hair, which is falling out by the tons. But since I have so much of it, nobody knows that it's that it's falling out. I feel the same way some days, Tessa, though I was never as tiny as you were. I've always been chunky. I had my chunky periods, and my mother would actually starve me. She would refuse to let me have food until I lost that weight. And that was pretty harsh to do to a child. Me as a kid, and it shouldn't have been that big a deal. I was not that heavy. But if I put on a few pounds, my mother would starve me till I lost it again. I guess because she was always chunky growing up. I mean, I have pictures of her as a kid and she was heavy. I was never, except on a few occasions, that heavy. And it wasn't that bad. It was a little chunky. But she would not let me eat. I'm serious. I'm not kidding. I think back on that. I'm like, what did you do to me, Mom? I mean, that's part of probably why I have an eating disorder, because my parent withheld food from me if I gained weight. So I go on food binges because at times I wasn't allowed to eat, and so I had to stock up. It's like, oh God, I'm going to be able to eat again. So in my mind, it's like you gotta stock up. So I binge eat. And I think it's my mom who caused all this. I can't tell her anymore. She's not here. But I'm pretty sure that's why I have an eating disorder. Yeah, I hate to admit that she abused me, but I guess you would definitely call that abuse. being refused food because you're a little overweight, just because she was an overweight kid. I hardly ever was overweight. Every now and then I gain a few pounds. And I don't mean a lot. I mean a few pounds. It's not like she had to run out and buy me a whole new wardrobe. I put on a couple pounds. And she'd freak out and refuse to let me eat until I lost it. So I'm pretty sure she's the cause of my food eating disorder. Can't do anything about it now. My mother's not alive anymore. Not that it would help anyhow. She had dementia in the end, so you know, most things that we talked about, and I said, "This is what you did to me." She goes, "Well, I can't imagine why I would have done that." I don't know why you did that. Why did you do that? Why don't you explain to me why you did that? How would you like your mother telling you, "Oh, you know, your brother plays trumpet much better than you are. You don't play very well at all." Gee, thank you, Mom. Great confidence you have in me there. I told her, and she says, "I can't imagine I would say something like that." I said, "Mom, you said that. You told me numerous times that I was not good, that my brother was better than me. And that's not something you tell somebody who has low self-esteem." No wonder I had low self-esteem. My parents treated me terrible. Jesus. Sorry. Greg's not used to our late night talks about this kind of stuff. Well, look at the pictures when you get a chance in chapter 2. And you'll see me at 16, 17, and 19. Pretty sure 16, 17, and 19. I weighed a little bit more when I was 19 because when I got married, I gained some weight. But I lost it all before we went down to boot camp to pick my husband up. And I had lost all of it. But I was a little chunky when that last picture was taken. But I still was not that bad. But the very first one, the 16-year-old, I had a hell of a figure. And I couldn't believe my mom would do that to me and, you know, telling me that I was putting on a few pounds, so I can't have any food. And she says, "I don't remember any of this." I know you don't. You have dementia. Don't remember anything. Yeah, we do, Greg. I'm sorry. If it bothers you, I do apologize. It says 2 things that take a lot of energy for the body is digesting food and conduction emotions. It is common for people with emotional issues to eat themselves into emotional numbness. Being told that your brother is better is a possible reason you were binging. Wasn't that, and being told that you gained a couple pounds so you're fat and you can't have any food. That didn't help. Really? God. I can see that. I can see that. I do that sometimes, which is why I'm trying to remake myself. That's why I'm having problems trying to write my childhood memoirs, because memories are surfacing that I have tried to bury, that I really don't want to remember. I don't know if I'll ever post that part of my life or not. It's not a nice childhood. I got bullied at school. I got abused by my parents. Emotional abuse. Even physical, well, Yeah, they believed in giving you spankings, but spankings don't kill you. It was the emotional abuse that was so terrible. Jen said my mom seemed to only compliment me when I was on the skinnier side. Sounds kind of like what I went through. She's like a size 4 though. I was like a size 3, which is pretty small, and I had a good figure. And yeah, every now and then I would put on a little bit of weight, not like it is now. After I had the kids, things kind of went to hell. Besides the binge eating, I can't seem to control. I have no control over it. This is why I need another therapist again to work through my eating disorder issues. I was going to Overeaters Anonymous for a while, and I could understand a lot of what they were talking about. Kind of, I got kind of tired of listening to everybody else is going on about their their problems all the time. It's hard. I was struggling myself, and listening to everybody else's problems. I don't have any of my wedding pictures. I lost 2 dress sizes because I bought a. I didn't have a regular wedding gown. I just had a dress, a white dress, and I bought it 2 sizes too small, so I would have to lose weight. And I fit in that dress when we got married. After we got married, settled into married life, had to make him breakfast every morning, which meant I ended up eating breakfast, which I normally don't do. And I ended up putting weight on. And he went to boot camp. And of course, he lost a lot of weight from boot camp, all that exercise they make him do. Well, I started exercising and I had no money for food because the Marine Corps screwed up and didn't send the allotments out. So unless I was going to work and to drop by my parents' house for them to give me something to eat, I had no food. I would eat one meal a day and then I would go run around the block. So I lost all that weight, and my ex-husband, he's my ex now, was so shocked when he saw me. He says, I can't believe it's you. Because I made a brand new outfit and everything to go. And, it showed off my figure and everything. And he's like, I can't believe it. Part of it was I had no money to buy food, but I went running. And I couldn't run at first. I walked. I walked around that block, and I walked around that block, and then I walked around the block and ran a little. Then I walked around the block and ran a little more, until eventually I could run around the block. So the weight came off, and I went back to my small size. I was 99 pounds when I got pregnant with the first kid. But I gained 30-some pounds with her. And it didn't go anywhere when I got after I gave birth. I'm only 4'11". I had a friend who was taller and skinnier. She was a 0. Her legs and arms were sticks. Now I see her on Facebook, and she's put on a little bit of weight since our high school days, but she had sticks for arms and legs. She was a 0, and she was taller than me. I don't know how much she weighed. Not much, that's for sure. I've never gone to any of my school, um, whatever they call those stupid things that you have every 5 years. Well, I hate when my mind goes. I never went to a single one of them, and to see the people I grew up with and went to school with. Because of the way I looked, I was embarrassed. I didn't want to. And I know a lot of them are overweight too. I see their pictures on Facebook. But, it just bothers me so much. Plus, I didn't have anybody to go with. I mean, my ex-husband wouldn't have anything to do with. If he didn't know the people, he would not go anywhere. He wouldn't accompany me just for the sake of the fact that he's married to me, and it would be nice to take me to something. No, it's like, I don't know these people, I'm not going. So we never did anything. What do they call those things? Every 5 years, your classmates all get together. Okay. But I missed every single one of them. I have not gone to any of them. Not that I missed the people I went to school with, because the people I went to school with, they bullied me something fierce. The only people that had anything to do with me were the other people that were being bullied. Plus, I was a nerd. I really feel, when I watched that movie, The Nerd, what's it called? Nerds, whatever it's called. That was me. But I really don't want to see these people. They treated me terrible. Reunion. School reunion. They never went to a single school reunion. Now I don't have anybody to go with, so I'm certainly not going now. And by the way, my mother wasn't the only one who called me fat. My ex-husband and his mother did too. They were really nice people. You're fat. I wasn't really fat then. I was a little overweight, but I wasn't really fat. I said, that's not a way. They said, we're trying to encourage you to lose weight. I said, that's not the way to encourage somebody to lose weight. They have to want to lose weight. You can't shame them into losing weight. We're going to have another one of these sessions. I can see it already. Ah. All the crap I put up with in my life. And I can't do anything about it. My dad doesn't even barely remember who I am. He wouldn't talk about it anyhow. My mother kept saying, I can't imagine why I would do such a thing. You must be imagining it. Like, no, Mom, I'm not imagining it, and I don't know why you did it either. But you did it. Oh, boy. Greg said he's not writing anymore, so I know he doesn't want to do anything. Did you want to sprint anymore, Jen, or what? Thank you, Jen. It is hard stuff to look back on. Sucks. Yeah, we need to stop talking about this other stuff that's not helping. Need to take my mind off it. I'll work on my memoir. How you? Oh, Greg's reading them. I don't remember doing anything like that to my kids. Good grief. I mean, I had a daughter who had a child out of wedlock when she was 17. She gave birth, she was 18. She was a senior in high school. I supported her totally. Her father was a jerk, of course, and acted like one. I supported my daughter through that. I don't remember calling them names and stuff like that. And I can't imagine doing those things. That's why you're almost too close to your kid. I wasn't with my mom at all. I mean, there were good things with my mom. It wasn't all bad. It wasn't all bad. Then there's a lot of stuff I buried because I didn't want to think about it. I just pretend it didn't happen. And then some night it comes up like this. And it comes out. So let's do another sprint. I got one blog post to do, and then I need to work on these memoirs and finish them up so it's done. At least this section is done anyhow. Let's see, time. I got so many tabs open, I can't find anything. 30 minutes. We'll start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Hello. Oh, hi, Tiara. Yeah, I always stream a long time. It's been 8.5 hours. Not unusual for me. I was working on my 7th chapter of the memoir. It will be ready to post soon. I think my next thing, besides some of these blog posts, trying to keep them up, will be to get that memoir completed. And that'll be one less thing I have to worry about. Okay, let's see. It's never all bad, but we remember the bad more, I think. Greg says, in chapter 2 of the memoir, eventually became, I drove up, waited, he came to me. I handed him his lunch without a kiss. I feel like there should be a colon after he came. Oh, we have beach passes here. You pay money to go on the beaches. They're not free. And if you don't have a beach pass and you get caught, you're in trouble. So, yeah. That, unfortunately, is something that we have to deal with. There are a couple free beaches, but for the most part, you pay for the beaches. You can go on the boardwalk, but you can't go down on the beach without paying. Okay. It's very possible. I will take a note of this and check it out, because a lot of this was written a while ago, and I have definitely improved in my writing since then. So there was probably some stuff in there that I really need to change eventually when I get a chance to, go through each one and edit it some more. Because this is, my editing. It's not done by a professional. Whole after became. I will definitely check that out. Thank you. Kay says, long detour onto social media after the dog walk. Gonna head to bed. Catch you all next time. Happy writing. Well, I'm glad you're back from your dog walk. Yeah, detours are easy to do. We'll see you next time. Thank you. I'm busy rewriting my memoir right at the moment and putting the rest of it on my blog, because it's not all up there yet. It's been like that for a while, so it's time to finish it. Tiara said, hats off to you, Tessa. You've been through such a long time, despite your circumstances. I did read that one. Greg said, chapter 3, Andy never really got the chance to go to Japan, and he still regrets that. Is your husband still alive? Yeah, the jerk's still alive. And he does still regret that. And he blames it on me because I was pregnant. And this CO did not believe in, commanding officer did not believe in sending married men, especially those with children, pregnant, to Japan, which was overseas. And he blames that on me. Just another stupid thing in my life. Jen says hi to Tiara. Greg said, I read the first 4 chapters of the memoir. Thank you. There's 6 up there, and there's 3 left. I'm working on the first of the 3rd one now. So number 7, I'm working on now. And the fact this was written before I had Grammarly, even, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think I had Grammarly when I wrote this. I'm picking up a lot of mistakes with that. So yeah, I'm probably going to have to go over each one of those chapters again and run it through Grammarly and then put it up. But that's for another time. Put the ones up that are missing first, and then I'll go back and work on the ones that are already up. But thank you for reading it. When I start early, like I did today, it gets really weird because I keep forgetting I started early, so it's been a lot longer than I realized that I've been streaming. Yeah, I see what you mean about the became. Because that is a sentence. Yeah, makes sense. So how'd you do, Jen? All right, Greg. I guess you are tired now. I can imagine that. Uh, Good night. And again, thank you for reading what you have on my memoir and for the suggestions. I will definitely fix those, among other things that need fixing, I'm sure. Like I said, I didn't have Grammarly then, and it's picking up a lot of errors that I didn't really know much about, but I'm starting to learn more and more. So right now I'm working on that. So we'll see you later. I don't know if you're coming tomorrow. It's 5 o'clock tomorrow also, Eastern Standard Time. If you come, we'll see you then. And Jen said she got 785. That's a good amount of words. How many total do you need for this book? This portion is 15K, and there's 2 more of those after that. Okay. 45K. You got a question mark there. It looks like, yes, it's 45K. 3 times 15 is 45. To my knowledge, math is not my best subject, but I'm pretty sure that that is 45. I can do some things a lot easier than others. I had a lot of reason to use, 3 times 15. So it's one of those that is stuck in my head. Same way I know the 3 times 16 is 48. Something I've used enough times to remember. But yeah, I don't do math very well on paper, let alone in my head. So you get paid per 15K words. And did you finish each one, or do you have to wait till the whole thing is done? Took a pain pill, but man, my knees are still killing me. Big time. Time for some more cream. I get paid for 15K words. That is so the client can read it and see if they like it. And if they don't like it, I guess what? You stop or you fix it. I'll get paid each time I submit that word count. That's not too bad. Don't ask me what I just did. Right now, I'm putting cream on my achy knees. I don't have an achy breaky heart. I have an achy breaky knee. I hope these injections this time work. Last time only one did. The other knee never did get fixed. I'm in a lot of pain. It's hard to get up and down. Chances to switch things up or whatever needs to be done. This lady is so nuts. She like anything I give her. Well, that's always nice. That's good. Makes it nice to work with somebody that's appreciative of what you're doing for her. Okay. So, are you still up to writing, or are you done for the night? Now that I've got back in my story, I'm kind of looking forward to finishing it up and getting it posted, and then I have to go through the first 6 chapters and run them through Grammarly and fix them up, which is a pain to repost each one because I got to find the link and fix it on the link, for the page. I have to decide, do I want to post it from the old original blog, or do I want to put it on the new blog? And I have to remember to put links on each blog so that people know I've finished it and it's available for reading, and or update it depending on what it is I've done. And I've got some new people, so Sure. Okay, great. I have some new people, so there's some people probably don't know I have one up there. Just because it says book up there doesn't mean anything. So let's see. Timer. Here we go. 30. Start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. Back to where I was. Reliving some of my life. These weren't bad times back then. I kind of enjoyed it. My kids were small. I liked being a military life. So these aren't so bad. Wow. Wow. Moving right along. I'm almost finished. The last 3 chapters that haven't been published yet, and then I have to move on and run Grammarly through the rest of the document. Um, I found some things, of course, that I've learned over time that I'm starting to learn the more I do them, of course. There were a couple of things they kept wanting to change. I'm like, no, it doesn't even make sense. Why would you say that? You know how it is. It's not always perfect. So, how'd you guys do? Didn't even realize I left that up there. 684. Cool. It is getting very warm in here. Our temperatures have been warm the last couple of days in the 50s. So, of course, upstairs here is terrible. We've got the fan on, but it's just getting so hot. And if it's getting warmer out, I don't know if it's really going to end up snowing. Because it's getting warmer. Okay, they changed the rain at 3, rain at 6, snow at 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. Snow from 6 to 3 tomorrow. Temperatures in the upper 30s though. So that stuff's not going to really land and make a big, huge amount of snow. So hopefully Monday will be just around freezing on Monday, but hopefully I won't have a problem. Hopefully I won't have a problem getting out. Because I have no idea what it's going to be like when I get there either. Because getting through the snow with my walker is hard enough. And, have to drive in it and then get there. I don't know what I'm going to find when I get there. Yeah, to walk around, my legs start to bug me sometimes. Yeah, I can understand that. I get tired sometimes from sitting here too, but I also hurt when I walk, so it's a hard situation not knowing what to do. Our rain will be starting soon. They still have a winter storm warning though. Hopefully it's not going to be a big deal. Hope not anyhow. Now I don't have tulips. I don't have enough to buy them yet. But I did finally see them the other day. I guess they didn't put them out because I didn't have anything. I had spent almost all my tree planks. I did see tulips. So maybe they'll be there the next time when I get enough coins accumulated again. I can get the tulips. I've got a couple that are kind of nice now. Quite a few. because I've been doing every night when I go to bed at least 2 times. When I first go to bed, and then when I wake up in the nut during the night. That one time I usually wake up, and sometimes it's 3 times, and I'll do it. So let's see. Let's switch to something different. Weeping willow tree. The weeping willow tree this time. I haven't been using it. I usually mostly use it just at nighttime to bump up my account. I'm not using it as a productivity tool or anything like that. And nobody's asked to use it in here so far. There was a while when I had a few people pop in and say, "Are you using it?" And if you said no, then they just moved on because that's what they were only looking for. They didn't want to they didn't just want to stream. They were looking for the tree app. So I don't worry about using it. I just go ahead and set it at night. Doesn't hurt anything. I can buy the things. Well, if I feel like using it, I can. So I think, no, I didn't finish the last chapter. We're just starting the last chapter. We were just getting ready to leave North Carolina when the timer went off. So like I said, I almost got those 3 chapters ready to post. And I need to go over the others and make corrections and repost them, which is going to be a pain finding the link to because it has to be, fixed on the link. So I have to find the link for each one and edit it. Then I might as well, like I said, post that I finished it. And maybe some more people will pick up on it. I got somebody reading it now. She's interested because her father was in the Marine Corps. And she's trying to write a memoir about his life through his eyes, even though, not through her own eyes, but how it must have been for him, which is a little bit more difficult to do. Because it's hard to know what other people feel or felt, especially if they're not around to ask. I didn't ask her if he was still around. I don't know how old she is. No, I never use deep focus either, because why bother killing my trees or anybody else's if we're doing a group? I just leave it off the deep focus and just let it run. I hit it the other day because I didn't like the one. I said, you know what? I've been doing the same one. Let's change it up. So I stopped it, and it said it was one of. It's already running. If I do something now, I'll probably screw it up. If it screwed it up, it said it was that I had destroyed my tree, but I'm pretty sure it says it doesn't do anything to the app if you don't have it in deep focus. So. I don't have it in deep focus. I do hate how hot it is in here, though. It's going to be hard to sleep. It's too cold to turn the air conditioner on outside. So I'm kind of stuck with fans. I don't want to open the windows because I don't need liquid of any sort coming in. The other day, I could see the frozen rain on my window. I'm like, I'm glad the windows were shut. So what are you up to? Want to do again, or are you done for the night? I'm still going to be writing. I'm going to finish that. I don't know how far I'll go because I guess the formatting and all that takes a little bit of time. I'm still thinking about maybe doing that video, setting up my planner. I mean, the only way to learn it is to do it, right? It's the only way I'm ever going to learn. Oh, I got tons of sticker books now. There's so many stickers, it isn't funny. And I just ordered a whole bunch more. But I also ordered a carrot case, so now I can store them away so they're not falling all over the place. And I ordered a set of rings to put the other one back together so I can store the pages so they don't get messed up. The extra pages I have, they'll be in there instead of being messed up, you know, screwed up. So, but I got a carrying case for that, so that'll keep them collected instead of all over the place. You have written like 6,500 words today. Wow, that's a great number. I might go out tomorrow to eat and watch the Super Bowl commercial. I don't even watch it for the commercials. I know some people watch it simply for the commercials, and it's like, I can't be bothered. I don't know if I am streaming tomorrow, but I don't know if I'll have anybody. Greg might show up because he's not in the USA. I don't know if I'll have anybody else. Most people, even if they don't care for football, kind of get involved in partying and whatnot, you know, a chance to party. Even though we're not supposed to be partying at this point, it is supposedly still not a thing we're allowed to do. It doesn't stop many people. I'm not real good with football either. There for a while, I was watching it with my mom and dad, and I started to understand it a little bit, but I don't know if I would remember it. I like baseball. I could always pop in the chat on my phone and I'll be bored. Yeah. Really. I completely forgot, like I said. It wasn't until we got to the store today, and it's like, what are all these people doing here? My neighbor's like, it's the Super Bowl and the snow. I'm like, oh, God. 2 hours to do what normally takes us a lot less. Plus, I had to park so far away. And then I couldn't find my car when I came out. I said, nobody's going to want to steal this car. It can't be. It's got to be here, but it's not. I'm like, I was sure I was in the right area. And finally, thankfully, my neighbor who I had taken. So there it is. I'm like, because the woman who was standing there listening to us, she says, just use your little beeper thing and then you'll be able to find it. I said, my car doesn't have a beeper thing. My car's old, you know, totally stripped down car. It has electric windows. It has, you know, regular door locks. You know, did I say electric? Has regular ones that you know, wind down with the crank. And it has a lock with a key. I don't have a little fob to push the panic button or whatever the heck it is you do. I don't have any of that stuff. So what do you want to do now, though? Are you going to chat? Chat. Are you going to do another sprint, or are you done sprinting for the night? Since you've done like 6,500 words. Thirsty. Regular milk and ice cream. So far, the ice cream hasn't bothered me. Now I figure the milk probably won't either. Because, regular milk's a lot cheaper than buying that lactose-free milk. I think it was $2 a gallon difference. And I was buying, it by the gallon every few days. I don't know why I'm craving milk at this point. I felt good about what I've done. I'd like to get up early and do that again tomorrow morning. All right. That is quite all right. I don't need to have an audience to work. I might even do that video, and of course I don't want an audience for that. It's going to be bad enough trying to get it uploaded without it posting it to Facebook right off like I did last time. I don't understand what happened. So maybe I'll talk to you tomorrow, maybe not. Otherwise, it probably won't be again until Tuesday, because I don't usually stream on Mondays and Wednesdays. That's the 2 days that Laura streams. She streams after Austin on Monday, so it's 10 to 12, and on Wednesdays from 9 to 11. So I've been going to Austin's, then Laura's, and then on Wednesday, Laura's and Charlie's. And I have to wait Monday to see what's going on with the AIDS issue. Don't know what's going on there. My feelings are she's probably quitting, but don't know for sure. All I can do is wait till Monday and find out what happens. If I'm home, I'll pop in tomorrow. It depends on how I do in the morning. Okay. Yeah, it's late where I am. It's 2:40, but I'm not really. I don't have to get up tomorrow, so I'm not in a big rush to go to bed. And now I'm kind of like, caught up in what I'm doing, so. I'm really glad I got this piece, though, for my phone. That was great of BA to suggest that. It's perfect. Holds my phone right over the thing. I just have to fix my table up because I need the glass, the hard glass under it, so I could actually write and press stickers on it. So, okay. See you maybe tomorrow. If not, maybe in a stream. If not, maybe next Tuesday. I don't know. I'll see you when I see you, I guess. I don't know if Tiara's still here. She hasn't said anything. I'm not sure if she's still here or not. Somebody's here. Says there's 2 people. All right. Good night. I'm going to just end this. Like I said, I don't know if she's here or not. But I'm going to end it now. It's been 9.5 hours. It's enough time. I'll see you. Bye-bye. Have a good night.